Happy Twitch to recap day to all the gamers. I have not opened mine yet. Let me see. I promise you, I will give you the unfiltered results. That was me going to the homepage. Your year, well played, huzzah! Choose your recap. Okay, let's start with recap as a viewer. You watched 776 hours of Twitch. You visited the website on 295 distinct days. You couldn't get enough of these categories. Just chatting, I was in the top 10%. Hitman, World of Assassination, I was in the top 10%. Then Dark and Darker, Mario Party Superstars, and Fortnite. This is really more than anything else an approximation of what the people I watch stream. Because I watch who I watch and they play what they play. And got emotional for these top emotes. My top emote, and can anyone guess what my top emote would be? Not a default emote, but a subscription emote from another channel. Real ones will know. There you Toasty knows. HCJ guys dropped 77 times. I've dropped 15 Chib dances, 12 dang O's, 11 dang pauses, and 9 HCJ watts. 10,002 chats sent. That's kind of horrifying. That's more than I would have expected. That doesn't seem right. Hang on. That could be, well, I do type with like multiple line breaks in Chib's chat all the time. Bro is yapping. I was wondering if it also might be like, sometimes you do a game with Twitch compatibility, and then it'll like, we need to be able to send messages from your account, and then you do something in the game, and then it types in chat like 17 times in 1 second. But I don't know, it seems like that might be legit. You spread the love. Hype trains contributed to 2. That seems right. I bet I used my Prime subscription to resubscribe to Apollo during a hype train twice. That sounds fair. You had your communities back. Chats sent as a mod, 4.1 thousand. Mod actions taken, 3. Channels moderated, 2. Bonus achievements. Let me see. I've got top Twitcher, category champion, and chatty chatter. Let's see what those mean. I don't know. I have no idea. Chat badge unlocked. You were a top user. Show off your super excellent shiny new badge in chat. You kept coming back for these communities. HC Justin, Chibly, Wolves at My Door, Dumb Dog, and Lovely Momo. Most chats sent in Chibly's chat for sure. We think you'd like this clip. Thank you for playing. Celebrate in chat with the limited time global emote, Goat Emoji. Incredible. Okay, now how about as a creator? What is, excuse me? Your high scores in 2023. Hours watched, total streams, whatever. Clips made, whatever. Categories 5? Bro, that's not what, my ass has been streaming in more than 5 categories. Are you joking? It doesn't work, bro. It's not true. It's top 5? Why does it just say 5? It doesn't have like any context to the data. Hang on, I have to reply to this real quick. I should have replied to it earlier. I will be there. Seems good. Your top stream reached 12.5K viewers. 9 million chats sent. Your top 5 categories. Oh, man. Super Auto Pets. We were in the top 10% of Super Auto Pets. Top 10% Just Chatting. Top 10% Lies of P. Top 10% Jackbox. And top 10% Marvel's Midnight Suns. I'm going to go out on a limb. I'm going to say we were probably in the top 0.1% of Marvel's Midnight Suns. I'm not even trying to, it's not a flex. I'm simply saying that's a low bar. I don't know. We might have been like one of 6 people on this website that finished that game. And all the DLC. And your top 3 tags: bald, English, Peloton. Your emotes were a hit. Number 1 emote. Well, this is insulting. Lion late. 2 billion channel points spent. We added new followers, new subscriptions, and gifted subscriptions. Dude, I'm one of the most equal streamers out there. Raids sent, 216. Raids received, 243. That's like a 0.9 raid sent to raid received ratio, dude. That's pretty good. That's not leeching. But I'll guarantee that on mutorrent.com, your ass is not at like a 0.9. Your ass probably just downloads the shit and then closes the program. Your loudest fans in 2023. This is crazy. Librarian, you're in 2nd place. There's somebody with their name in Japanese that I cannot read. And then there is Librarian, Ronnie Rare, Loch Ness Monster's brother, Rex Mechanica, Saris, Calibo for the win with the Kuromi avatar, Mad Dog Nation, and Alex the Not So Great. That's Haru's waifu? Hang on, /user, Haru. I can't even search for it. People are saying that's in Korean. Well, I promise you, this is not in Korean. I don't know. I'm not going to put it in chat because I don't know what it means. Thank you for playing. Don't forget to stream your recap. Whoops. How about my community? High scores from the community. Oh, this is just from Twitch overall. Number 1 emote on the website, Forsen E. 49 billion chats sent. Top featured clip, Mizkif drops bench press on his sternum and almost dies. Okay, I watched that one. I watched that one after it happened. He's okay. Top streamers? Just scrolling. Top streamers? Am I in there? Top streamers? Apparently not. Okay, well, whatever. Maybe 2024. Yeah, they only got 5 at the top. Who are the top 5 streamers in North America? Let's check here. Kai Senat, XQC, Tariq, Hassan, and Summit 1G. I must have been number 6, is my guess. It's not Tariq. What is it, Tariq? I'm sorry. I don't know this website, bro. Yes, I'm here 296 hours a year or something, or whatever it was. But, I mean, it's all, listen, I know it was like, here's your top 5 streamers that you watch, but it's like, once you get past that top 5, 6, 7, and 8 probably have like 3 hours total. Like, I would watch Dan if the circumstances were different. Like, he goes live at like 6:30 a.m. my time, and I'm on the bike. Other than that, it's basically like, who that I know is streaming at 9 p.m. Pacific time, and I can watch them for an hour while I make YouTube videos. Bike. Corey, bike, Pog! Corey. Oh, I don't even know if you know Ben Aldis or Sam Yo for that matter. My reaction when Ben Aldis is sick, so Sam Yo has to take over his ride, but he doesn't tell us that most effective riders center their weight over the pedals when they're out of the saddle. Lamau, he doesn't get it. I appreciate the Lamau. I know. Listen. Is there a Peloton recap? There is. It usually comes out like this week, and it always sucks. Like, I'm sorry to Dill Will Hill. I saw them in the Discord, and I replied already, so it's a rehash. But they said, I hope that the Peloton recap this year is good. I'm spoiling it for you. It won't be. I'm sorry. Last year, I was so excited. I think, that was my first full year riding. And I had 11,000 minutes. And I was like, oh, I'm so excited to see what they're going to show for 11,000 minutes. What's your favorite kind of ride? Who's your favorite instructor? How did things change throughout the year? What was your number one song? And instead it was you are strong, flex emoji. You rode for blah, 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 slot machine. A long time this year. You should be very proud. See you in 2023. It was horrendous. I'm loading up Isaac. Spent all their money on commercials. They do be playing a lot of commercials. I want to tell them, you got to stop spending that money on commercials during Sunday Night Football. Ain't nobody watching Vikings versus Raiders, bro. Literally like a 3-0 football game. Are you trying to kill people? They do be shopping. That's true. They want you to be shopping. The Jags freaking suck, man. I know. Everybody in the NFL who's supposed to be good sucks. Well, last weekend at least. Except the Ravens won and the Cowboys won, right? Otherwise, the favorites were getting blown out. That's why, what did I tell you yesterday? You were like, who's going to win the Super Bowl? I said, Ravens, bro. Don't bet against Lamar Jackson when death is on the line. They put out a hit on Michael Penix Jr., though. Are you kidding me, man? Oh, just because he collapsed in the Apple Cup and... fucking, I don't know that much about college football. He's just he plays at the state that's directly below my province, so I thought it'd be nice if he won, but I don't really know what I'm talking about. He might win a championship. Hang on. /marker. Repentance. You really think Michael Penix Jr. is winning a championship, bro? I mean, honestly, I've watched the Huskies this year. 2 wins over Oregon is very impressive, but I mean, I don't see Washington getting over Michigan, step one. And I would also say, me personally, I don't think I see Washington getting over Alabama. I don't know if they play Alabama. I guess they would play Alabama if Alabama won. Or maybe Michigan and Alabama. Listen, they play Texas first. Well, they're going to clear Texas, bro. That's not even close. But I think that in the finals, they're in trouble. Anyway, I don't know anything about college football, for the record. Han Solo asked me last week, are the Canucks beating the Devils? I replied, is the Pope Catholic? Canucks lost 6-5. What they didn't know, they should have known this if they were making a sports wager. I genuinely don't know if the Pope is Catholic. I don't really know the difference between Catholic and Christian, and I sort of understand that Protestant is in there as well, Episcopalian, Lutheran, First Reformed, etc., etc. I simply didn't know. It's not my area of expertise. No. I know that he's not Eastern Orthodox. Because that's like the whole, isn't that like the anti-pope or something? Isn't like there's one pope in Vatican City and then one pope in like Limoges or something like that? Oh, he's pescatarian. My Mr. Pescatarian, of course. Corey, you played this game recently? I'm bringing it up because I saw you were playing Call of Duty Zombies. So like I just... Genuinely, it's not shade. It's just, you know, one bro looking out for another. If you're looking for something, and it's been long enough, there is always this. You don't have to play the dailies and lose to an unemployed cheater every day. That's fine. You're coming in hot on a Monday morning, but you could just play the game. Nothing to worry about. Just roll the dice, bro. Did you finish Squid Game? I did. Whoa! Genuinely, you're probably already not watching Squid Game, the challenge, aka the real game show, because it's tone deaf with the original program. But also, if you were like me and you were like, I get that like the original show is a critique of the excesses of late-stage capitalism, but also I think those games would be fun to watch in a reality show context. Don't watch it. They did a really, really bad job on the game design. And I'm not trying to be overly critical, but compared to something like The Devil's Plan that came out earlier this year, it's like not even close, bro. One of the last games that they played was roll a dice in a circle, and if you roll a 6, you're eliminated. Well, like it's a little bit deeper than that. They kind of decided that they would just eat the random chance, but whatever. The gist of the game was basically like literally roll a d6 and see what happens. And then the final game is, I can't stress the literalness of this enough. The final game is literally play rock, paper, scissors. And I know you're like, no, it's probably like circle, square, triangle. No, it's not. It's literally throw rock, paper, and scissors. Like, it was, I do not think that they did a good job with the game design. That's my 2 cents. What should they have done? I don't know, like something more interesting. Like, I mean, Survivor's games can get a little tired, but, like, at the end of the day, at least they got, like, some puzzles and, like, some ring toss and stuff like that. You gotta, like, you know, carry some sand and then use the sand to, like, fill up a scale or something like that. At least they're trying. All right, we'll pick this one up. I keep reading comments that rock, paper, scissors is extremely popular in Korea, so it's actually a good homage to the show. Yeah, but it's not, I don't really care how authentic it is to like the Korean schoolboy experience. It's just not entertaining to watch. Like you whittled down 456 people down to 2 for $4.5 million, and then you're like, let's flip a coin and see who wins. Like it's just not that interesting in my opinion. I don't care how authentic it is to the Korean life. Devil's Plan was really good. They should get the motherfucker who did the games for Devil's Plan and have him do the games for Squid Game. Or just make like a second Devil's Plan or something. No, at no point did I say I wanted them to actually kill each other. But I mean, it does annoy me when people are like, what, do you want them to actually die in real life? Like Chib said, what, you want people to die in real life? Chibli, people already die in real life. I understand that, you know, you're 22 years old, so it seems like a long way off, but it happens every day, man. There's a whole section in the newspaper dedicated to it. The show is just not very good. The haters were right. The haters are actually wrong in how little they hated the show before it came out. They should have hated it even more than they did. It's rare for me to say that. Is this good? Does it matter? I don't think we can do it. Why'd you watch it? I don't know. Why do you eat chicken tenders for every meal? Like inertia. We watched it while eating dinner time. And you know what it is? It's actually like, it's nice to have something to watch. So you take a little bit of the mental overhead off of like one area of your life. Oh, it's over. We just won. You know how like some people, like instead of having to ask like what do you want to have for dinner every single night, they have like, okay, it's Tuesday, we're having tacos. Wednesday is like, you know, chicken and rice. Thursday's pizza, etc., etc., etc. That's basically what it was like when we got 2 episodes into Squid Game, the challenge. It was like, at this point, it's just easier to finish it than it is to find like another show that we both agree on while we're trying to eat dinner at the same time simultaneously. It's just something to have on while you're, you know, while you're enjoying your meal, basically. It's also like, I don't know why people are like, why would you watch something you don't like? Have you ever seen like the average streamer? Like during the Game Awards, they're like, this is ridiculous. We should respect all game developers. This is a travesty. Then the day before comes out and it has 2% positive reviews on Steam. People are like, emergency stream. I have to see how bad this is. Let's go get the hype train going. We're making fun of this game immediately. So it's fun to play or to interface with media that you know sucks and join in on the bullying. It's true for all of us, bro. Something deep inside of humanity. I don't really want to walk through those spikes, quite frankly. You think you enjoy food less if you're watching something? These are questions, I don't know, man. I'm not at that age in my life anymore. I know it seems like a derisive way to respond to it. I can remember being 15 and bored, and then like, I don't even know what this is gonna do. Nothing, maybe. Having questions like that pop into my mind, the luxury doesn't exist anymore. Now it's more like, I have to eat. And I might as well have something on. I'm not worried about the I don't know, the marginal debuff in terms of the quality of the food because I'm also watching the show. I mean, if anything, it makes you appreciate the show less to be eating while watching. Which is good because usually, like, if an episode of a TV show is like 51 minutes long, I usually eat for like 17 to 22 minutes, and then I get up and I do the dinner dishes while the remaining 30-something minutes is playing. So it's actually better if the show is not that good because then I'm not missing something that I want to see. Instead, it's like a very low friction pivot to like knocking out some stuff that I have to do in order to be able to get to bed on time. It's a speed run, baby. Who the hell is this? Bro, that's Goaty Emoji, or whatever his name is. What the hell is this, bro? Adulthood sounds exhausting. No, you kind of like get used to it bit by bit. You got stuff to do, but I mean, like, I know how this sounds. The reason that, like, there's a pivot from childhood to adulthood is because someone was doing, like, all this shit before you. You know? Like, the reason that you're not used to having to do all this shit is because, like, your parents were probably doing it for you for, like, 20 years before you were doing it. So now I look at it as, like, it's almost like a monastic duty. Like, I'm paying the piper. I got to enjoy my childhood because my parents did like 99.5% of the chores. Now it's my responsibility to pay it forward for my own child and allow them to enjoy their childhood while I'm doing this stuff. It's a solemn duty, but it's a duty I take seriously. Yeah, I wouldn't trust her mowing the lawn yet. Couple of reasons. First off, I don't want her to like cut both of her feet off with the blades. Or I don't want her strong ass ankles to break my electric lawnmower blade, because I'm not sure that the Ryobi is capable of cutting through human flesh. Like, it can barely handle the grass as is. Also, at age 3.25 or whatever she is right now, I don't trust her to plug in the AC adapter and charge the power packs. And you gotta, like, it's a 2 power pack situation. Let's just put it that way. So you gotta be constantly juggling the power packs. And I simply don't trust her to have that kind of like forward executive planning right now. Because she's 3, you know? It's not her skill set. Plus, I don't want her mowing the lawn, because lawn mowing is one of the chores that I want to do. You get to be outside. I mean, that's about it. You get that power wash simulator sort of like incremental completion that's very satisfying. It's true, you get a little workout maybe. What about raking the leaves? Not as good as mowing the lawn. But still good. It's an exercise substitute. Like, the raking itself is not that much exercise, but the picking up the leaves and putting them into the bin, that's the workout right there. That's like, we'll call those autumnal burpees. That's real exercise. Mowing the lawn is better though, because you don't have to bend over so much. I have no lawn, yet I must mow. In many ways, I think that's kind of the curse that afflicts many millennials out there. There's a deep-seated call to mow and to rake and to plant and mulch and water, fertilize, etc., but the housing crisis is making it so that like there's no outlet for that. I mean, just to be honest, if you're like renting, your ass should not be out there mowing or raking or mulching or doing any of that. That stuff should pass to the land baron. It's their responsibility. I don't want to go in there yet. What would it take to get goat emote added to the Discord? It's still being used 30 days from today regularly. That would be a good first step. And if that comes to pass, which it won't, then bug the mods. But I wouldn't worry about that until the second week of January. Let's put it that way. I'm not really in charge of that stuff. Maybe I should be, but like, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? But 1 second. I'm just as surprised when there's a new emote. Wow! I'm just as surprised when there's a new emote in the Discord. I'm like, oh my god, the mods were busy. They added something. Like Lion Yippee got added to the Discord the other day, and I was like, thank you so much. I didn't say that, but I thought it. So, hello, sir. I did not mean to be so rude. It was not me. It was my food. It just popped up to say hello, and now it's gone back down below. I mean, like this weekend, my daughter had an activity for 3 hours on Sunday morning. You know what I did with the 3 hours? After Saturday, I was like, oh my god, I'm so burned out. I need some me time. Dropped her off at the class on Sunday. Came home. Took a nice leisurely bowel movement, which is a luxury. For sure. I don't need any of this garbage. Then did the dishes, cleaned the kitchen, got out the mirror and glass cleaner, cleaned all the glass surfaces in the house, all the windows, etc., etc. Busted out the Swiffer, like the wet jet, Swiffered the whole house. The shelf behind me, took all this stuff down, vacuumed up the spruce needles that had fallen off of this tree because it's actually real, took all the stuff off the shelf, sprayed it down with all-purpose cleaner, wiped those off nice, Came over to the bike, took out the fitness wipes, wiped down the bike perfectly. And then I was like, I want to change the sheets, but I ran out of time. But I was like, that felt good, man. To have the opportunity. I was like, I could either do like one chore that would take like 3 hours maybe, or I could stack together like 8 little victories that I've been putting off for a month and a half. Oh, man. That felt damn good. Sounds like you finally tried an edible. No disrespect, I probably took my first edible when you were like 2.5 years old, if I had to guess. What's up with like, hey, other people of age, back me up here. What's up with like 22-year-olds thinking they invented weed? We legalized it, motherfucker. You're just the benefactor. Was your ass like even of legal voting age in 2015 when we pushed that shit through? Yes, okay, you're welcome. That's all I'm asking for, really, is a little you're welcome. I signed the petitions. It's not the same thing. You don't get a sticker for signing petitions, okay? You only get the sticker if you vote. And that's what it's all about. It's called power puttering. I don't know why. It's the John Mulaney iced tea bit. Kids are calling it power puttering. It's when you put your AirPods in and vacuum your whole house while listening to a podcast. I do like to putter, though. Puttering has like a negative connotation. What do I see as puttering? I see puttering as blocking off a section of time to like do chores or things that you need to do, but not worrying at all about doing them as efficiently as possible, which I know is like anathema to young people. And it was to me even a few years. Oh, I forgot I can't escape this room. But like, instead of being like, you know, I have to do the dishes, here's the best way to do it, I'm going to set it up and I'm going to put this here and I'm going to move the gloves here and I'm going to get the brush here. You just go, you know what? Well, just give me a second here. You got to check. It's not worth the risk, in my opinion. You just go, hey, I got 2 hours. I'm going to tidy up. And maybe you walk over here, you see something to tidy, you pick it up, you put it where it's supposed to go. Then in your new place, you see something that you need to put somewhere else. You go walk it up the stairs, etc., etc. You don't worry so much about like, oh, you know, if you put the mulch plug into the lawnmower, then you could have skipped the leaf raking portion. You're like, nah, bro, we're all going to be there eventually. I was trained by our school system to only tidy up while singing. No, motherfucker, you weren't. It's just your ass needed to be distracted as a little kid to tidy up. Otherwise, your ass would have been making more mess while everybody else was tidying up. Don't blame the school system for that. It's probably something baked into your neurology. It's a means to an end. It's not always the teacher's fault, okay? It's not your fault either. Like, you're not... You are your own brain, and to some extent you're in charge of your own brain, but like not completely. Like some of that stuff is outside of your locus of control. The important part is you just got to stop blaming your teachers. They're just trying to get through the damn day, bro. Favorite soundtrack to putter to? You don't have the puttering mastered yet if you're trying to come up with the optimum soundtrack. You just put on some, you know what? Why don't you put on one of the most solid front to back albums of all time? You ask someone what the best song on this album is, you're going to get 9 different answers. No disrespect to the boy done wrong again. Belle and Sebastian, If You're Feeling Sinister. I mean, the stars of track and field, seeing other people... Me and the Major, Dylan in the movies, Fox in the Snow, Judy and the Dream of Horses. There's lots of. That's a great album, man. If Twitter was around in 1996, people would have been so annoying about Belle and Sebastian, and you know what? They would have been right to. What's your favorite? I really like Stars of Track and Field. I really like... I mean, there's a lot, man. A lot of the aforementioned tracks, but maybe also Get Me Away From Here, I'm Dying. There's a lot of good ones. There's a lot of good ones. Destroyers Kaput. Also one of my favorite albums. Definitely a great puttering album. Hits different if you live in Vancouver, too. Because when he says, in Chinatown, I'm like, bro! I've been there! I've been there, dude! And then when the lady goes, downtown, I'm like, bro! I've been there, too! But then when he's talking about Kara Walker, I'm like, I don't know her, I'm sorry. Sorry, we're getting a little insular here. By the way, I got to peep my wife's Spotify Wrapped. Let me tell you, I think it's a great illustration of where we're at as a family. #1 artist of the year, Riders in the Sky. Who's that? Oh, you don't know Riders in the Sky? That's okay. We were in their top 0.05% of listeners worldwide. They sang a bunch of songs on the Toy Story 2 soundtrack. Not like the Randy Newman ones, but you know when Woody goes, he gets kidnapped by Al, and then he ends up talking to the prospector and Jesse and finding out that he's based on a TV show from the 1950s? Those songs. Yippity-yay, there'll be no wedding bells for today. I've got spurs that jingle, jangle, jingle. So yeah, we were in the top. I mean, we might have been the #1 artists listeners worldwide for Riders in the Sky, and then #2 is a K-pop artist by the name of Aimyon, probably butchering the pronunciation, and then #3 was fucking Andy Griffith. And you know why Andy Griffith is #3? Because it's the song that comes on right after the end of the Toy Story 2 Woody's Roundup album by Riders in the Sky on Shuffle. And then it would play, like, if we didn't hit Shuffle again, it would play like 7 Andy Griffith songs in a row. It's Cindy in the summertime, it's Cindy in the fall. If I didn't have love for Cindy, then I wouldn't have love at all. Get along, little Cindy, get on home. So I have we have the most scuffed Spotify Wrapped, like, on earth. Maybe everybody with a toddler has something similar. Like, I'm sure there's a lot of people who have, like, you know, the Wiggles, Bluey, and then, like, the Wu-Tang Clan or Cool G Rap or something like that. But it's got a pretty scuffed one. We go this way. The Wiggles is kind of like Cool G Rap. Yeah, in many ways, Fruit Salad Yummy Yummy has a lot of similarities with Brother on the Run. First, you chop up the banana. Then, you eat up the banana. Yummy, yummy, yummy. Did you know the Wiggles is like, it's kind of like the Pope? There have been like 15 Wiggles. They've been around since like 1989 or something like that. I had no idea that like when a Wiggles like retires, they get replaced with another Wiggle. There's a girl Wiggle now? Bro, there's like the first girl Wiggle, I'm pretty sure, was Emma. And she was in the Wiggles for so long that her ass retired. Now they got another girl Wiggle who is like, I don't know, she's like 14 or something like that, which is like the oldest person my daughter has ever seen. I'm sure she's like, whoa! It's like how when I was a kid, if you would meet someone who's like 25 years old, you would be like, holy fuck, 25. What's it like to have like your whole life figured out? Then when you turn 25, you're like, I don't know shit, bro. I'm not taking that. Yeah, when you're 10, 17 seems crazy. Well, I remember, like, I think it was like a second grade. We had reading buddies. So, like, some recesses, I'm sure, like, delinquent children in the 8th grade who needed to do community service volunteered their recesses to, like, read books with younger kids. So my reading buddy was in, like, the 8th grade. And every time I met them, I was like, this is a fucking, like, middle-aged man. I was like, in my head, he was like smoking cigarettes and had like a full beard. But then when you think back, you're like 8th grade is like, we were what, like 12 or 13 years old? Like you don't know anything. You're not supposed to know anything, honestly. Like you're in the 8th grade. That's why they made the movie. No, this is not a nuts on the table situation. It's Monday, 9:50 a.m. with mom's knife. I sacrificed 1 trillion HP to get to this point. This is no nuts on the table. No. Not until the boss, at least. All nuts on the table on whoever the final boss of this game is. You can't be... Listen, I invented nuts on the table, for one, I think. I'm pretty sure. Secondarily, if there was ever a month to take your nuts off the table, it's December, bro. We should be going easy on each other in this month. You know, this is... At least I don't work in the Postal Service, Jimmy Tamborello, and I don't work retail. So this may strike you as untrue if you work in those disciplines or other ones where there's a lot of rush. But I sort of feel like January to November, you work that so that in December you kind of like... You can take your foot off the gas pedal and coast a little bit. That's why I'm playing Isaac. Like, that should be obvious. I'm quitting the post office on Friday. They're going to kill you. They're going to, like, you're not allowed to quit, right? Isn't that like a government mandate or something? Like, if you quit, you have to do it by, like, November 30th. I think that they are going to end your life. They're not owned by the United States? Okay, I would just mean like it's kind of a dick move. Well, I guess, listen, you do you, but at the same time, I'm like, you really are, you're bailing at like the worst possible time. It's like being like a 52-year-old dude in the American military and then retiring like the day after Pearl Harbor, bro. It's like literally we need you the most right now. You could just make it to like January 5th or something like that. I'm sure it's going to suck for the rest of December, but then like -2, put yourself first. Yeah. But like, I'm just saying... They're going to be mad, which is fine. But like the Postal Service has a good union, right? This is not like I'm not trying to support the people who simply hold all the capital. See, look, you distracted me with your labor dispute. Now I forgot to put my nuts on the table. Looks like my nuts are fine. Hey, Psychedelic Gazelle, thanks for the gifted subscriptions. Thank you. All right, that was a nice warm-up. Let's go /marker repentance. I will say, someone said, please just stop sending so much stuff in the mail. I love the Postal Service, both the band, and it's taken me a while to admit that because I really liked the Postal Service when I was like 16. And then when I was like 19, I was like, oh, it's overly saccharine and like too sickly sweet and too sentimental. And we don't fuck with Ben Gibbard anymore. We're all about like Japan droids. And then when I came back and I was like, you know what? I respect them for putting their heart on the sleeve, and at the same time, they made like one really good album that is a perfect representation of their ethos, and then they fucked off. Which is going to get the video demonetized, but I had to put some emphasis on it, okay? That's honorable. You can probably tell from the way that I make content. If I came out with like a debut album that got like best new music on Pitchfork, like my ass is putting out one new album every 18 months until I die. Whether they're getting 4s, 2s, 5s, 9s, like it doesn't matter. I'm staying in the studio. I'm pumped. Some of it might be amazing. Some of it might be garbage. It'd be more like a guided by voices type thing. They'd be like, Bob Pollard is amazing. Then he'd come out with like 10 bad albums in a row and you'd be like, he's washed. And then he'd come out with one that's like surprisingly good and you'd be like, he's back. Then he'd come out with like another 4 that are like completely meritless and you'd be like, nah, he's washed. But then he's got another one in him somewhere. Anyway, but in terms of the mail, I actually think you're right. I don't want this to seem as anti-postal service. Quite the opposite. I respect the postal service so much that I think you should let them do what they're good at, which is like sending important stuff through the mail. And you should stop having them get in a truck and deliver you like one Pokemon card that you bought on eBay. Like, we're burning a lot of diesel, man, just to get like one piece of paper from someone else's house to your house. I have not bought any. The only thing I buy on Amazon is fridge filters, because it's like the only place I know that sells the water filter for my fridge. So like once every 4 months, my fridge is like, get a new water filter, and then I go to Amazon.ca. I have to log in and then buy it, and then it gets sent to my house. But I always feel bad, like when the truck pulls up, and I'm like, dude, you were really out here like just delivering me my fridge filter? I live in a city. Like, what is it like if you live in like a rural area and Amazon pulls up? Don't you have to like tip the driver or something? It's crazy. Now, I recognize, like, it's kind of it's a zero-sum game. Like, when we buy stuff from Costco, like, it went through a similar process of, like, getting on the truck, being shipped from, you know, like, the producer to the distributor, then to the warehouse, and, like, et cetera, et cetera. But, like, at least I met him halfway. Also, I know this is, like, a very, for most people, a very minor thing, but I'm all about, like, 90s maxing right now, whether it's a real thing or not. I'm just sick of the fucking cardboard, bro. I'm sick of the cardboard and the air bags and stuff like that. And it's like, okay, so I got like a you know, Gatorade powder in the mail, but now I've also got to get out the box cutter, break down a cardboard box, you know, shove it in my cardboard box, recycling envelope, which is then now stuffed to the gills as a result of the fact that, you know, there's been so many online shipments and stuff like that. Like, I'm very much becoming a go to the store kind of Andy, man. I'd rather them break down the fucking box. I'll pay him a slight premium for them to break down the box. That doesn't bother me. I'm not Unabomber posting, okay? Oh! My bone heart. What a waste, man. What a shot. No, it's not Ted posting, okay? I do not stand the Unabomber. That's why I'm always insulting him, saying things like, rip Ted Kaczynski, you would have loved rocket racing in Fortnite. Like, that's me punching down. I'm hitting at someone who can't defend themselves, which, honestly, he can't take offense to, otherwise he'd be a hypocrite. Dude was sending nail bombs through the mail. Like, he wasn't even dropping them off himself. He was like, you take care of it. So, like, he doesn't have a leg to stand on if he wants to maintain, like, intellectual coherentness, okay? Is he alive? In a way, in a manner of speaking, he's alive. In a metabolic sense, no. Or like a like a cardiac output, not so much. But like in the history books, yeah. Anyway, I'm just saying, again, I'm not saying don't order from Amazon necessarily. Like, you decide what works for you in your life. It's actually, people act like it's insane, but I think it's smart. Sometimes I'm like, I want something, and then I think about A, the financial cost that comes with it, which sometimes carries a little bit of pain, and then B, breaking down the cardboard, and I'm like, I'll just get it from the store, honestly. Maybe it's completely crazy or like foreign to you, but genuinely, if Amazon had a service that was like, we'll just give you the product and we'll take the box, I would use the website way more. I really would. Like, I don't mind if I open an Amazon box and there's like 7 things in there. I'm like, that's a good trade. I break down one cardboard box. I get 7 things that we needed. Body wash, cat food, kitty litter, you know, et cetera, maybe a multivitamin or something. But when you order one thing and it comes in one box, I'm like, you should take the box, bro. No, they can't take the box. If they took the box, they wouldn't be able to get the Prime Jet. They wouldn't be able to fly the Prime Jet. Fuck you. And fuck your jet. Not worth. Not worth in the slightest. Amazon drivers don't have time to take the box? Yeah, listen, 22-year-old, I'm on the side of the drivers, okay? I literally said I feel bad when the drivers come to my house to deliver me like an air freshener. Like, you burn like a liter of petroleum to get me something for like 3 cents cheaper than I could have bought it at Walmart. Ooh, we will be taking that. I'm saying on a corporate level, they should send Andy Jassy to your house to pick up the boxes, okay? You would have burned the same gas going to Walmart? Yeah, but it's like my time that I'm spending. You know what I'm realizing is it's funny that people are always like ragging on streamers for like using DoorDash and stuff like that. And I'm like, I know, I'm just like you. I don't even want to get shit delivered to my house. I'd rather just go to the store. And they're like, no, that's crazy. You would be the motherfucker showing their Dash Pass on screen and be like, check it out, Dash Pass saved me like $9 grand this year. The only thing separating you from the average streamer is the partnership contract. Why are you acting like you and me are the same? We're in it. I'm not quite homesteading, okay? Let's not get ridiculous. I'm simply saying. Bottom left camera? Okay. I can do that. I'm not quite ranching. Not quite. They should do they do DoorDash Wrapped, don't they? I need it. I'm in college. Dash Pass helps me function. Mods, put a lump of coal in their stocking. I did not grow up rough, okay? But at the same time, the idea of being in a position in college where I could have spent $29 on a $9 burrito is insanity to me. You know what we did? We ate what we had in the house. Or, I will say, it was different, you know? Things were a little easier back then. $5 footlongs were popping off, so sometimes you could get a $5 footlong, eat half, and then put the other half like in the fridge and eat it the next day. We were not ordering any damn DoorDash. We were ordering from, you know, VIP Chinese food, where back in 2007, a General Tso's chicken combo, white rice, you substitute the fried rice for white rice, Comes with an egg roll. Comes with wonton soup that's 99.7% water with one little flour square inside of it. It was $4.99 plus $2 for delivery. And then you split it 2 ways. No, we weren't fucking with Dash Pass, bro. Are you kidding me? Shit was not gonna happen. That was a good shot. I gotta hand it to. I didn't expect him to have that heat. Clayton Kershaw. It's $12.95 now. All the more reason to not order that shit on DoorDash, bro. Because by the time it gets to your house, you're like 33 bucks all in. Shit's more expensive now? Exactly the reason you shouldn't be using DoorDash. Also, what did librarian back me up here? What the hell's going on with I was poisoned? There's a new trend. People they used to post pictures of the food that they thought poisoned them. And admittedly, sometimes it was poison. Like it was a raw chicken breast or something like that they got from a restaurant. Now they post a receipt of what they bought. And I'm like, that shit does not... if I was the restaurant owner, I might actually send them like a cease and desist in the mail. You can't just post a receipt of the food that you bought and be like, this poisoned me. That's not why we're following the account. Post a picture of the thing that you think poisoned you. Like, okay, there's proof that you bought a salad from Sweet Leaf or something like that, but where's the proof that the salad fucking poisoned you beyond, you know, source I made it up? But I was like, I wanted to go off on the tweet. Because when they posted the receipt, the salad was 19 bucks. By the time they got to their door, it was 31 bucks. And I said, brother, you didn't just get poisoned. You got poisoned and you got robbed. I'd be throwing up too. So what? You're not threatening to sue over a receipt? If I owned that place, I would also have I would have passed the bar. So it would honestly be pro bono. You don't know what I would do. You don't know how insane I am. You don't know how mentally ill I am. Yes. Maybe it's fun at least. Yeah, post some more blurry photos of diarrhea, please. That's why I'm following the account. Like, you know, it's not that I find it pleasant to see. I just find it funny to see. It's two very different emotions. No, I like when they post the food. But the best I was poisoned reports, it's always like, I ate this thing, it made me sick, and then I went back for more the next day, and now I'm violently throwing up. That's the dream, man. More of those, please. Yay. Oh, you have been rewarded. Diarrhea is already blurry. Honestly, I never really thought about it that way. That's a damn good point. It comes out the damn orifice a little blurry. That's how you use Death's List. Yeah, why not? Switch topic, please. This is just like, you know what? It's Cine 2 Nerdle. We have to do this once per stream. I talk about diarrhea every stream. Then someone says, why are you talking about diarrhea? And then I say, why are you still here? Some people are allergic to vibes, bro. They always got to throw the vibes off. I don't get it. I would honestly say one of my great skills, maybe it could keep me alive during like a post-apocalyptic situation, I am a vibe respecter. Almost had you. Maybe not respecter, let's call it preserver. I am good at preserving the vibe that exists in a situation when I'm introduced to it. Some people are vibe enhancers. Some people are vibe destroyers. I'm a vibe preserver. If I show up and you're eating edibles and listening to Thievery Corporation, I'm not going to blow that up for you. If you show up and you're listening to LMFAO and taking shots, I'll preserve the vibe. I would say we take. Status quo, Andy? When it comes to vibes, sure. What if you became part of a cannibal cult? I would preserve the vibe. It's just me being true to myself. Many of you would preserve the vibe too, but you're just too cowardly to admit it. My ass is not getting eaten because I want to like be self-righteous in that situation. I would rather be alive. But like I would tell myself, despite the effects being the same, I would tell myself I'm better than the other cannibals. Because I would be like, oh, they're doing it because they want to. I'm only doing it because I have to. I would probably rise through the damn ranks, too. I would be like, that guy looks delicious. Because if I'm going to eat a person, I want to be, like, high up on the totem pole. I don't want to have to eat any, like, human organ meat. I think, if I had to choose, I would say probably, like, the thigh. I'd have to imagine the thigh would be close to the best. What do you think? Brain? It's not my cup of tea. I'm not a sweetbread Zandy. Butt cheeks? Maybe. I mean, it's the largest muscle group in the human body, right? There's got to be some marbling down there as well, for most people at least. Ribs? It's crazy. I mean, this is too much. It's funny, the diarrhea stuff, I don't really care if people are like, this is gross. But despite not being vegetarian, I'm a vegetarian respecter. I'm like, this must suck to hear if you don't like eating meat and you find that disgusting. I'd like to apologize out there for talking about stuff that you could buy in the grocery store. Anyway, I was taking a big old diarrhea dump and, you know, the callus on my brown eye was meh, meh, meh. Vibe preserved. But I was going to say, it's crazy that, like, ribs taste amazing on every animal that I've ever had rib meat on. They really broke the mold at the butcher shop with that one. Chicken? I don't know if I had chicken ribs. I'm trying to think. I've had, like, chicken. Yeah, no, you know what? Of course I have. At Swiss Chalet, back me up, VIP Daniel. If you get a quarter chicken with the breast, you're getting some ribs. The chicken ribs are not all that, but could be worse. I'm getting one of my ribs removed this week. That hits close to home. Info, are you Marilyn Manson? Or is this like actually a serious medical concern? In which case I apologize. I didn't know they were in there, like, removing ribs. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't know that that's something that's done, I don't want to say routinely. I mean, as with everybody else talking right now, the only time I had ever heard about it was the urban legend that Marilyn Manson got one of his ribs removed so that he could suck himself off. Which, if so, that plastic surgeon should lose their license and also receive a medal. Because that just seems irresponsible, but also kind of sick. Like, that's, if nothing else, it really shows you how far humanity has come, you know? We went from fighting saber-toothed tigers just to, like, keep our species alive. And now they're like, oh yeah, no, sorry, I can't do Saturday. I'm having my ribs removed so that I can suck myself off. Like, you've conquered this planet at that point, I guess. Yes, hi. My name's Dr. Avis. Rent-A-Car is maiden name, of course. Yeah, I specialize in a unique form of plastic surgery. It's dorsal rib removal for the service of my patients to suck themselves off and come in their own mouths. So for that, I had to, of course, I did my undergrad, and then I took my MCATs, and I did, general studies in my MCATs, and then my grades were good, so I got into plastic surgery, which is very competitive, and then I apprenticed for 17 years under Dr. Otto Fellatio, and then now I've opened my own practice, which is an inspiring story. Send it. Dr. Otto Fellatio, I'm dead. Baldur's Gate 3 really won Game of the Year when Spider-Man 2 gameplay is like this. Video of Dr. Octopus sucking himself off to completion. What do you think? Could that work? All it took... Macros, I know you're a VOD watcher now. I'm so back, okay? I had been one of Baldur's Gate 3's biggest haters simply because it's funny. Now I'm back on the side of the Baldur's Gate enjoyers because the tweets from the Spider-Man enjoyers are way more annoying. Baldur's Gate brought me back. Now, should it have won Game of the Year? No, it's well known that Lies of P got robbed in every possible way. Good joke? It's not a joke. Did you see Daniel's tweet? No? DL Guiga's here! Guiga's back! Can't go that way. Didn't Daniel trash every good game under the sun? Do you ever hear that a broken watch is right twice a day? Never heard that? Well, that's for the best, because it doesn't really make sense in this situation. Even if the watch is telling you the right time, if it's broken, you probably wouldn't want to rely on it, but it is interesting when you think about it. Ooh, I would roll that. An actual watch is right all the time? Clearly this motherfucker owns a Casio. Takes a licking and keeps on ticking. Now that I think about it, I'm pretty sure that's Timex. I don't know if Casio has a slogan like that. You know what's crazy to me? I mean, this is stuff you gotta recognize. I'm leaving myself. Most streamers wouldn't say this because they're too sensitive. I'm maybe the best of all of them. When I was in school and I learned stuff, I kind of took it for granted, right? I was just like, oh yeah, of course, like this is, you can make a nuclear submarine that is powered forever and runs completely silent under the ocean, right? When you get a little older, you almost start to have like a little bit more appreciation for like the wonder of the world. How crazy is it that there are just like radiation is not something that mankind invented? Like that shit is literally, there are like radioactive rocks on the earth. That shit's insane, bro. What do you mean by that? Well, like when I think of a rock, it's just like a hard surface, right? It's like a material that's just like hard, full stop. Then there's rocks that fucking shoot protons out of them. It's not, I guess technically it depends on what it's shooting out, but like, that's crazy. Like, that's not what I would consider a normal prop. Like, let me put it this way. If I lived in 1800s, my ass would basically be like essentially a caveman, I think is a good way to describe it. Like, I would just be the same as I am now and the same as I was in like the year 10,000 BC. The only difference was like I wouldn't have Sine Tu Nerdle, right? You would not catch me being like a scientist and coming up with like all this amazing shit. The best I could hope for is being the guy who like invents a new kind of sandwich and then like retires off of that. Because you would not catch me doing like what Marie Curie did and being like, oh, hey, you see this rock here? I got an idea. What if I wrapped like photosensitive paper around this rock and saw what the pattern looked like, and then did it with like, 15,000 rocks and nothing fucking happened? People were probably like, what are you doing, Madame Curie? Stop wasting your time wrapping paper around rocks. And she's like, no, just one more rock. And then guess what, motherfucker? That shit was radium. She's like, what the hell? It put on like a weird pattern on the paper. What's going on with that? And then like literally 100 years later, you've got nuclear-powered submarines traversing the entire globe. That's crazy, bro. She did get rocked. Okay, no disrespect to Marie Curie. Obvious. How could they have known? Do not... Some of you guys are cool. Do not read the Wikipedia article about radiation, or radioactivity, I should say. Because... Did you know that after radioactivity was discovered, there was like a radioactivity... trying to think, like a boom of radioactive-inspired health products? So people would literally be like, try our face powder. It has radium in it. Like to excite your neurons or your facial collagen or something. And then it didn't take them. This is why I think Diet Coke is good for you, okay? Or at least not bad for you. Because it's been around since the 1970s and there's no legislation that has stopped it. Radiation, they knocked that shit out in like 15 years. They were like, stop selling the radon cigarettes, okay? People are dying. Let's talk lead. Well, people were just stupider back then. The lead is like a self-fulfilling prophecy, bro. As soon as they started using lead in the plumbing, the society became too dumb to know that it was bad for them. It's like getting so hungry that you're nauseous. It's like there's no way out of the trap. We're caught in a trap. I can't walk out. The worst Elvis impression of all time. Because I love you. Elvis is not Elvis. Elvis has left the building, people. By the way, the audacity of The Lion, the Witch, and the audacity of this bitch, Elvis Presley. Dude writes a song, Suspicious Minds, that's like, I can't be married to you if you think I'm cheating on you. And then that motherfucker was cheating on Priscilla like nonstop. Dude literally he went to #1 on the Billboard Hot 200 with the Gaslight anthem. We can't go on together with suspicious minds. Bro, it's not a suspicious. You were doing the shit that she's accusing you of doing, bro. This bit would have crushed in 1973. The crazy thing is, this is the right time for the bit. In 1973, someone would have shot and killed me for insulting Elvis. It's only because of the hard work of Sofia Coppola that I'm able to say the truth in the modern day. What the fuck? Or even like 10 years ago. Yes, true. True. I don't know if that's true. Maybe it's not. You would get killed if you said stuff about Taylor Swift or BTS Well, luckily that's not going to happen because I think that those are two artists whose output I respect. What am I going to accuse BTS of? Oh, they said they're smooth like butter, but actually they're only as smooth as margarine? Like, they're only partially hydrogenated? Margarine is smoother? It's actually true, it's spreadable at room temperature. Well, no, so is butter. Margarine is spreadable at fridge temperature, which doesn't make sense. By the way, if any of you Diet Coke haters out there are using margarine on your toast every day, you really need to shut the fuck up, okay? We solved that one. Butter is not necessarily good for you, but margarine is like partially liquefied saran wrap, okay? So I'm just saying, if you're gonna let those of us who aren't in glass houses cast the first stone. It's so easy to spread. It is really easy to spread. I mean, my parents, we were a margarine household growing up. So I probably am consigned to death as a result of that. Because I definitely... And like the mistakes you make as a child are worse, right? Because they have more time to like multiply the effects of the long tail throughout the rest of your life. So I was probably eating like, you know, margarine 3 to 5 times a week from 1992 until like 2006. Oh, man. This was like in the pre-trans fat awareness days, too. They were just sending it, bro. Then I remember, like, in high school, they started to be like, trans fat is really bad for you. So the government, like, limited it to 1 gram per serving. And then looking back, it's even, like, if you see the 0.1 grams per serving on the back of, like, a snack food or something like that, you're like, how bad do I really want this? Do I really want the cosmic brownie bad enough? Meanwhile, like, while eating the cosmic brownies, we were like, people in the 80s were so stupid, bro. Oh, man. We got it all figured out in 2005. I'm 23, my body can handle it for now. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, isn't there some truth to the idea that if you're gonna make mistakes, by the way, it's too late for me, but if you're gonna make mistakes with your body, you should really do it when you're like 70, because the long tail effects aren't likely to manifest before you die of old age anyway. You really don't want to make a mistake when you're like 3, because then it's like it's got a long time to wreak havoc. I got hit with 1 question mark, which lets me know that I'm right. The question mark response is the last bastion of people who are uncomfortable with what you're saying. So true. -2? That would be the second last bastion. Thank you for illustrating that. I'm not saying you should start smoking when you're 70. I'm saying, like, if you were ever going to put, like, 8 slices of salami on your sandwich, age 70 is probably, like, the right time to do it. I did that at age 10. You and me both, we're cooked. I'm just saying we could probably like help the younger generation. But then I'm trying to help the younger generation and they're like, I don't want to hear it, Grandpa. I mean, I definitely took a lot of like buttered salami sandwiches to school when I was in like the 4th grade. I don't really blame my mom though. You know, she's working with the information that she had. She's not like a professional nutritionist. She's also just trying to get me to like eat, and I was a picky eater. You know, she was doing her best. If I didn't want to get like a lethal dose of nitrates as a preteen, then maybe my ass shouldn't have been so picky. That's like, oh, I don't want to eat anything that's a vegetable or green, or oh, I don't want to eat whole grains. The whole wheat bread tastes so yucky compared to the white bread. Spoilers, they taste 99.7% identical, etc., etc. You know, she gotta pack the lunch and go to work herself, you know? They do not. I'm sorry to tell you this, they do. In fact, the thing that's crazy is they taste 99.7% identical, and the 0.3% that tastes different is because whole wheat bread tastes better than white bread. So I'm hitting you with the double dose. It's a texture thing. My reaction when they use the husk of the grain, not simply the germ. Come on. Try it for a week. If after a week you're like, oh, that week was so hard, I'm going back to white bread, so be it. I am at day one, you're probably going to be like, this bread fucking blows. What a compromise. I can't believe I'm doing this. Day two, you're going to be like, yum, sandwich. Give it a shot, man. If you're like 12, don't give it a shot. Just get whatever your parents are buying, okay? But if you're buying your own groceries, give it a shot for a week. What's your take on sourdough? I'm an equal opportunity bread enjoyer. I love a sourdough. I have bread preferences, but I will eat any bread. I don't know if we're getting like a grocery store wrapped, like a Costco wrapped would go crazy. I think I'm definitely, especially in Vancouver, a very health conscious, carb phobic part of Canada. I would not be surprised to see myself as like a top 10% bread enjoyer. Speed up. Me at the deli counter? Speed up. I'm not talking to staff, Chad. I'm talking to the person in front of me. Can't decide whether they want Irish ham, honey ham, or Black Forest ham. I did not listen to Ludwig's podcast about his viewers getting addicted to cigarettes, but the topic sentence has me interested. I would love to know more about it. Tell me more about this. That's all you need to know? Well, lots of people are addicted to cigarettes, but like, is there something interesting here? Is there meat? Is there humor? Is there an anecdote? They're all about the Benjamins. I had heard that they're all about the Benjamins, yes? He visited his family in France and smoked a cigarette. That doesn't mean he's addicted to cigarettes. You ever wonder, you know how like, DL Guiga, back me up on this one? Like half of the energy you spend on the bike is lost to heat. It's not even put out into the pedals. You ever wonder how much of like conversation on Twitch is just lost to like meaningless sidetrack, like out of context conversations, bait, etc., etc.? Like we could be learning so much about society and so much about each other if it weren't for people just like trying to get a quick hit of dopamine instead by like lying. And then people will be like, male loneliness is real. Then when they get a chance to type, they're like, did you see a thing I made up? Make it make sense, bro. Says the straw man champion. See, there you go again. I've never won a straw man championship. Hey, you're just going and telling lies to get a quick hit of dopamine, but it's just a sugar rush, bro. It's not real energy. It's not gonna replace real human companionship. Do delirium? Hey, DL Guiga. No. I'll ask you questions about the fucking Guy Fawkes model of relative risk return in a low interest rate environment. You leave the entertainment to me, buddy. We send it. Hey, Murmur by REM is pretty good. Bro, that's REM poster. This is our moment. Empty hands, empty mouths, combi and reaction. I know exactly what you're talking about. REM they don't get the hate or the love that they deserve. Most people just go, they only got 2 songs. They do not have 2 songs. They have like 9 great albums, but then like from 1996 till they retired in like 2017, they made no good songs. So I can understand why they're not getting respect in the modern day. But put some respect on Murmur at the very least, bro. Hey, we made it again. /marker. Repentance. Name 3 REM songs? Bro, is easy. Losing My Religion, Orange Crush, Talk About the Passion, Radio Free Europe, Shiny Happy People, The End of the World as We Know It, What's the Frequency, Kenneth, Night Swimming, Man on the Moon, Ebo the Letter. Like, we could just keep it at this. That's just like 9 off the top of the dome piece. I'm not even looking at any text, okay? What's the one that's like, I'm pushing an elephant up the stairs. I'm laughing at punchlines that are never there. That's called The Great Beyond. I knew that. I was asking if you knew it. REM deserves a little bit more respect. They're kind of like the American U2. Unfairly ignored or maligned because their late career catalog is admittedly not worth listening to. But, I mean, before you were even born, they were making great stuff for like 12 years. And then they just ran out of gas, which is fine. It's going to happen to everybody eventually. Except Taylor Swift? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. What is she? She's like my age. I still got it, so there's hope for her. I'm not going anywhere. That would be like I got canceled for calling Taylor Swift my age. Bro, you didn't have to insult her. She's 33. I'm barely 35. I'm like 35 in a week, basically. All I know, she was born in 1989 because she has that album, 1989, right? I was born in 1988. Late November 1988. So, like, I'm just saying, we're peers, at least in age. Not really in any other criteria, but... in age, sure. Just turned 30, Sag. Not Sag. It's just numbers. You know? You're allowed to feel however you want, but I'm also allowed to not give you sympathy for being 5 years younger than me and being self-conscious about your age. It simply doesn't make sense to me. I'm not trying to own them. Some people in chat are now saying the 30s are the best years of your life. Okay, tell me you're in your 30s without telling me you're in your 30s. Because when I turned 30 and your ass was like, 27, that's not what you were saying. Your ass was like, I'm dust. Being 27 is so hard. When I have 12 beers, I have a hangover in the morning. That's never happened to me before. I'm probably gonna die soon. No, bro, you're at the top of the damn roller coaster. There's a long way down. Get used to it. That's just that you're just starting to feel the pit in your stomach of gravity taking over. It's a long trip to the bottom. Wait till you wake up with a hangover and you didn't even drink last night. You're gonna be like, what the fuck? What was that all about? I'm going to take this. That's smart. That's just a smart decision. You know what? We should. Can you do your top ETFs for 2023? I think anybody could do the top ETFs of 2023. Am I right, DL Guiga? Back me up on this one. What you're going to do is just Google best performing ETFs 2023. And then you could even probably ask ChatGPT. That's a pretty easy one. I'm sure it'll figure it out. Now, you want the best for 2024? I'm sorry, I don't have an answer for you, but back me up on this one, DL Guiga. Nobody does, okay? No, because there's a really good cup and handle pattern set up. The oil is falling too far. It's over. So no. Listen, buddy, we don't do that here, okay? We buy broad-based, cost-weighted, market-tracking ETFs with sector and geographic diversity. And then this one might bother you a little bit. It depends how you feel about it. We also buy some bonds, but that's just because I like having a little ballast in my portfolio. I know in 2020, everyone was like, NL, what are you doing buying bonds? You should be 80% equities, 20% crypto. I'm not scared of anything. My risk tolerance is nuclear. Then 2022 rolled around. All those motherfuckers got into sports gambling. They got sick of investing. They said, I'm going to go somewhere my money's appreciated. Well, here we are in 2023, almost 2024. Things of the light hit the gloom off the gray once again. And what are we doing here? What are we doing next year? Let me guess, your risk tolerance is insane now. Fully juiced off of 24 straight months of 17-leg parlays. Have you watched Mr. Robot? I haven't, but we're gonna go sideways here on this one, Paul Giamatti style. I was thinking about this. I haven't seen the movie. There's that movie, what's it called? Like A Letter at the End of the World. It's Julia Roberts, Ethan Hawke. It's about the post-apocalypse. And I was just thinking, so I've got it confused with Murder at the End of the World. What's it called? The Day After Yesterday? Help me here. I just watched it. It sucked ass. Actually, it's pretty good. Blah, blah. Leave the World Behind. Thank you. And what I was thinking, having not seen the movie, and again, maybe this is just me, or it's just one man's opinion. At least, I'm sure it's not just me, but it's just one man's opinion. Nothing has me less excited about the possible quality of a movie these days than seeing that it's a Netflix joint. Not even a Netflix original, which is like a guaranteed kiss of death, unless you're like Alfonso Cuarón. But like just seeing, yeah, sure, that it's a movie that's funded by Netflix, I'm like 97% chance this is going to be from a 4 to a 6 out of 10. Power of the Dog. No, this is like when people say like indie games aren't in trouble, even though the average indie game sells 8 copies. Yeah, what about Stardew Valley? There's examples. They put out like 100 movies a day. I'm just saying, on average, you can tell too. If Netflix bought it from a festival, there's a chance, because the pocketbook doesn't lie. That being said, if Netflix was like, we bought the rights to the book and then produced it ourselves, you can bet your ass. It's maybe a little needlessly angry, but I'm not excited to watch it. Let's put it. I'm willing to be proven wrong. If the movie's already made and Netflix says we're going to have the distribution rights to this, that's fine. If Netflix says, don't worry, we got our best gaffers and key grips on this one, I don't hate the people for getting their money's worth, like the producer, the actresses, the actors, etc., etc. But I'm like, I know that shit is not gonna get you. It's not gonna get you riled up, in my opinion. Just my opinion. I know how this sounds because I don't really. I mean, Netflix is still like my most watched platform because it hasn't logged me out yet. But like if you see that a show, like you're like, oh, that show looks cool, and then you see that it's from Prime Studios, you're like, let's back up for a minute. Let's pull the hype train into the station temporarily. If you see that it's from Apple TV, I'm not gonna get that shit because I have too many subscription services. But you're like, you know what? They've kind of had a good pedigree so far. The Jury was on Freeview and it's great. What the hell is Freeview? Hey, Ometra, thanks for the gifted subscriptions. Thank you. Thank you. It's British. That explains it. Ooh, Freevee. It just reminds me of like when my parents came over and I went to visit them, and then they were watching the Roku channel. I was like, what are you watching? And they're like, oh, we don't know what this is. Like, they didn't know how to use my TV. So, you know, it's a TCL. It booted up, and then they just, like, clicked on one of the first things that they saw, which was the Roku channel, and then they started watching shit on that. I was like, you guys know, we got, like, Netflix, Disney Plus, like, Amazon Prime. They were like, we like the Roku channel. All right. I mean, homegrown Simpsons stuff. My parents too. I honestly thought the Roku channel was like something that they have on like in the dentist's office or something. Like I didn't know that anybody was actually like, like I'm off from work, let's watch the Roku channel. But shows what I know, man. Shows I'm just one person. I can't know what's going on in everybody's brain. We roll those. I regret it. NL, do you like Westerns? It's crazy that you think I don't know that you're the same person who typed 1,000 times on Friday. All you have to do to beat NL in Cine 2 Nerdle is lead him into Westerns and then he's stuck. You really think I'd forget about that over the course of a weekend? I was like, who's this person talking about Westerns in my chat nonstop? Like, I get it, you love Westerns. Like, leave me out of it, man. It's not my responsibility. Now you come in here on Monday with like a secondary question you think is going to trip me up. Hey, NL, do you like Westerns? You're really out here like preparing. Cine 2 Nerdle doesn't even come back for a week. You're already building the damn playbook. Like, let's relax a little bit, okay? It's supposed to be a game. It's supposed to be fun. Is this how you're spending your Christmas holidays? Pipino. Thank you for the gifted subscriptions. Thank you. Well, do you like Westerns? No, I feel the same way about Westerns that you fucking Zoomers feel about REM. That shit happened, like, before I was born. It's too late for me. I like the good, the bad, and the ugly. Great movie. Even better soundtrack. But no, my ass is not going back and watching Westerns. It's just, that time has passed. It's passed for me, at least. Oh, holy. You should watch True Grit. I watched it when you were in the 5th grade. Unless you're talking about the original one, in which case I will never see it. Because I don't trust new movies unless they're true Kino, like Wonka. And I don't trust old movies, because like if the movie's that good, they would have remade it by now. The only kinds of movies you can trust are movies that came out between 1983 and 2010. So, you know, good, like really, really classic stuff like Chinatown, The Hangover 2, like stuff like that. Can motherfuckers come in here ask NL, do you like Westerns? Then they'll post on social media, here's my 9 favorite albums of all time. Oldest one came out in 2016. Shit drives me crazy. Do you like Westerns, motherfucker? What's your favorite Can album? How do you feel about the Modern Lovers? Gil Scott Heron! It was just a question. Nothing's ever just a question around these parts. You should know that by now. Everything's a bit. Ooh! Do you do anything for me? No. Well, no, not really. Weren't we talking about Mr. Robot? I don't know shit about Mr. Robot, okay? Hack the planet. Hack the planet. I don't know anything about it. Rami Malek's in it? Okay, I did know that. I don't know anything else about it, except that the guy who directed it also directed Conversations at the End of the World, or whatever the hell that Netflix movie is called. Behind the End of Tomorrow. Rochelle, Channel. He's married to Emmy Rossum. I saw that too, because I looked up the movie this weekend, and then I was like, who's the director? And then I was like, okay, first off, before I watch this, how many times has he been married? And then I was like, it doesn't make sense that Emmy Rossum is only 2 years older than me. She was born in 1987. How is she 2 years older than me when her ass was in The Day After Tomorrow in 2004? Like, isn't that like child labor or something? She's been famous for too long to be my age. It just doesn't make sense. My teacher showed us that movie and said that's going to happen to us in a decade. Well, when did they show it to you? Because if they showed it to you in like 2006, they were off for sure. If they showed it to you like last year, I don't think that's going to happen to us in a decade. But technically, who's to say? You know, who's to say until we close the book? Don't come over by me. Hey, by the way, VIP Daniel, we need to, like, can we sign like a change.org petition or something like that and add a salary cap to Major League Baseball? You son of a bitch. Help. It's so fucked up. If you had asked me, by the way, I don't follow baseball, so let's just start with that. No thanks. Too risky. If you had asked me a week ago, where is Shohei Ohtani going to sign? I'd be like, bro, no, like, don't get your hopes up. It's going to be the fucking Yankees or the Dodgers, full stop. If you had asked me 3 days ago, I would have been like, he's going to the Blue Jays, brother. Bank it. Motherfucker went to the Dodgers. Probably got a contract offer from the fucking Yankees, too. It's every time, man. It's every day, bro. When you enter free agency, they might as well just give you like a coin and be like, heads is New York, tails is Los Angeles, brother. Heads Carolina, tails California. Jody Messina. I guess. A lot of Dodger hate from someone who can't name anyone on their home team. Ken Griffey Jr., bitch. He never played for the Jays. The Jays are my home team, bro. You're lucky, I guess. I had another one. Jose Cruz Jr. Also, I don't hate the Dodgers. I hate Los Angeles. You got me all twisted up. And it's not even because like I hate the city of Los Angeles. That's really just like, that's ancillary. The reason I hate the Dodgers is because every league has large market bias when they don't have a salary cap. Even the NHL has large market bias and they do have a salary cap. You know, try recruiting free agents when your team plays in Winnipeg, bro. Hey, Frodo, you're bagging. Thanks for the gifted subscriptions. Thank you. Nuts on the table? We're gulping, boys. Goudreau went to Columbus. Notice I said Winnipeg. Ohio is easy to make fun of because people like choose to live there. Winnipeg, you can't make fun of because it's punching down. You know, it's like you can like make fun of your friend who's like a little weird, but you don't want to make fun of the weird kid because you're like, that's just rude. There's a noted difference. Hey, what does this card do? Who's Isaac oldest collected pass response to from the fucking who gives a shit? And then what's crazy is that like Winnipeg is like the biggest city in Manitoba. I'm like, what the hell are they doing in like Portage au Prairie and stuff like that? No disrespect. It's so rude. I'm making fun of Winnipeg, but that's like, it's one of the only things I know about Manitoba is that like Winnipeg is there. They're just chilling down there? I'm sure they're working hard, don't get me wrong. I'm just saying like, I know what it's like. Like Prezzo, back me up here. I grew up in Kingston. I was like, man, I'm going to get out of this one-horse town and move to a major city like Ottawa. People who live in Ottawa are like, get me out of here, bro. You don't understand what it's like, bro. Because you live there, you don't have an appreciation for the byward market, okay? Sure, the same thing happens in Manitoba, bro. You live in like Wood Buffalo. You're like, I'm getting out of this one-horse town. I can't wait to get older and move to the big city. Guy Madden's my Winnipeg. Byward Market's cooked now? Really? I haven't been to Ottawa for like more than a decade, I think. I like the idea of Ottawa. Ottawa, in my opinion, I think the Ottawa haters should back off. I actually don't think we can. Maybe it'll be funny. Let's give it a chance. This is gonna suck ass. I thought it would be shooting rockets like crazy. I don't really want to play the stars card because maybe for a good cause. If I play the stars card, it's going to get rid of small rock. Just not acceptable. It's like my best item. I think we still win. It's just going to be slower. How come the capital is almost always the most hated place? That's not even close to true. The most hated place in Canada is definitely, it's probably Vancouver. It might be Toronto, but it might be Vancouver. But they hate us because they ain't us. Some hate us because they is us, but A lot of people hate it. That's true, Hamilton, but we were talking about city. What does Hamilton have? Oh, 972,000 people. That's more than I thought, to be honest. Quebec? No, people love Quebec. The province catches a lot of flack, maybe. People love Quebec City. That's very helpful. And people love Montreal. Montreal might be the most beloved major city in Canada. It's also that whenever people are like, I am going on vacation to Canada, should I visit Vancouver? I'm like, probably not. What about, we don't know that pill, okay. Like, if you're going to Canada, you should visit Montreal. If you're not interested in going to, or you should visit like Montreal and Quebec City maybe. If you're not going to visit Quebec, you should just go to Toronto. You can get lots of, Canadian flavor with the appeal of a major city in Toronto. I'm a Toronto stan. I like Toronto. I got nothing against Toronto. Now New Brunswick. It would be, I would call it the Ohio of Canada, but that would be like too flattering to New Brunswick. Yeah. That would be too insulting to Ohio. I went to Quebec City and Montreal. They were both just ass European cities. Europeans are not going to beat the snob allegations, bro. That's just rude, to be honest with you. Also, I'm sure they are not the equivalent of a shitty European city, bro. Like, is Montreal going to compete with, like, Paris? I've never been to Paris, but I'm going to say probably not. But is Montreal going to compete with, like, I don't want to say a city or a country necessarily, but I'm sure you could stack it up with lots of places in Europe and you would be like, I would rather be in Montreal right now. I'm not saying anything, man. I'm just, my hunch. I am actually in danger, and I really wanted to style myself as a European, Just feels like, if you have two choices in this world, you can either be European or American. Well, I have two choices at least. European is like immediately more tempting. Seems a little bit more exotic. You're like, oh, I enjoy the finer things in life. We have culture over here, etc., etc. Then I actually think that against all odds, and you can respect me or hate me for this one, DL Guiga, I think I'm becoming a lover of America. It has a lot of problems. But I'm starting to understand. You know what's nice about America? Well, I don't know. It's probably the same in Europe. But I feel like when you talk to an American about their trips, if you were like, where'd you go last year? And they're like, oh, we went to Paris. It was amazing. You talk to a European about their trips, they're always like, I went to New York City. The bread was like cake. All right, then fucking stay in Limoges, bro. Like, who asked you? What's the tallest building in Limoges? It's like a church that was built in the year 850. Just stay there then. Why are you being a tourist just to be like rude as fuck? And then I don't know what people from Europe are always like, oh, bread in America sucks so bad. I'm like, bro, don't go to Ohio. You know what's fucked up? You probably could go to Ohio. I bet Columbus, Cleveland, Cincinnati, I bet they've all got amazing bakeries. If you would just take 2 seconds to do a Google search, you wouldn't just walk into the, grocery store and be like, oh, Wonder Bread. I wonder how good this is, right? You Google it, best bakery. You find somebody that like their grandfather moved to Cincinnati from Hamburg in 1843 and passed down a recipe for classic German Bundesbread. You know, and they've been making it in the downtown core of Cincinnati for like 20 centuries, you know? They got good food here too in North America. What does Bundes mean? Now, is the bread in Cincinnati as good as it is in Vancouver? Probably not. Is the bread in Vancouver as good as it is in New York City? I would say definitely not. But I'm gonna say it fucking shits on some of the bread in Limoges. That's I'm just making it's just a numbers game, bro. There's like 9 million people in New York City. You're telling me that they don't have a bakery that clears like your town of 6,000 people in Slovenia? It just doesn't make mathematical sense to me. I mean, you'd have to give me a blind taste test, but I think you're not. I think you're living in fantasy land, quite frankly. I'm getting a lot of -2s. You know what's crazy? I bet like 85% of them are from Americans. I'm backing you up here, bro. You need allies. Have you looked at the state of discourse lately? You're not in a position to be making enemies, bro. So back me up here. We got to form a united bloc. Give me a reroll. I'm rerolling it regardless. Fuck you. All bread sucks? Now that's an American. You are from California. People be like, I don't eat bread anymore. Really? You ever consider just not changing any of your dietary habits, but doing 2 hours of cardiovascular exercise every morning instead? I'm gonna dip my stuff for everybody. But bread, it's a big perk. It's a big perk. You know what I was thinking the other day? It's crazy. As a kid, I didn't... This is why I feel like I can roast the picky eaters. I didn't eat the crust of my bread. Looking back, it's ridiculous. The crust is just the part that gets cooked in the oven. It's like the most... Again, no disrespect to picky eaters. We can save that for later when I have more time to prepare my opening arguments better with more nuance. The most picky eating habit that I can think of is not eating either the crust of the bread or the crust of the pizza. It's literally just the part that like is exposed to the most heat. What, you don't like heat? Doesn't even make sense. Now, when I think back, why didn't I like the crust of the bread as a kid? Well, the real answer is because I wasn't eating it. If I was going to say if I was forced, but you know, again, I'm not trying to blame my parents for this. At some point, you got to choose your battles, right? If I, as a kid, had the good sense to just eat the crust for like a week, I would have been like, this just tastes slightly different than the rest of the bread, but is good in its own right. But I think the reason that I thought I didn't like it is I thought that it was healthy. And if it was healthy, it must be bad tasting. It's like the bread is white, the crust is brown. That means it's not just made of pure sugar. No, bro, it is. It's just cooked sugar. It's like, if anything, it's caramel. Kids taste bitter more than adults. People always say that, and I'm sure there's a scientific basis. I'll back you up if you're like an 8-year-old kid and you don't like, you know, black coffee. But like the crust of the bread is one that we gotta push for a little bit. It doesn't taste bitter. It just tastes like bread. I don't even know what flavor you would describe it as having. Crust-like. The crust of the pizza is crazy because you're eating the crust of the pizza every time you take a bite of the pizza. The only thing is that when there's sauce and cheese on it, the crust is obfuscated. You gotta be eating the crust of the pizza, bro, because you already ate the crust of the pizza. Motherfuckers will be like, I don't like tomatoes, but I like pizza. But I only like the part of the pizza that has tomatoes on it. Like the shit does not pass the smell test, bro. Just think about it for 2 seconds. Bad analogy. Me when someone completely destroys my argument by appealing to analogy. Bad analogy. Okay, take me up. Come on. Just don't make me suffer through this last floor. Easy to argue when no one argues with you? Bro, have you looked at chat? I'll be like, I had a bad night's sleep last night. People will be like, no, you didn't. It's we're dealing with. All people do in this chat is argue. It just looks like they're not doing it because I've become so conditioned to it that I'm actually like Neo parrying every single blow. It looks like they're not trying. They're trying as hard as they can. It's not their fault. You know, they're not in the crucible with me. They're only here like, 1,100 hours a year. It's not enough to build that kind of competency. Malcolm Gladwell could never. You know what else? Sorry, let's get the audience back on my side. You know what I was thinking about AI art this weekend? I'm not even going to say anything judgmental. Let's see how you react to this sentence. How do you feel that there's tens of thousands of grown adults out there on the planet that on the weekend are like, you know what I would like to see? Dragon holding a sword. And then they go to an application and type in dragon holding a sword. And then it draws a picture of a dragon holding a sword. And then they go like neuron activation. Some people will probably think that's like human progress. I can see anything I want to see. Some people, I'm not going to say who, like me, are like, really? You have the power of a quantum supercomputer at the tips of your fingers, and what you're using it for is like, you're typing in like hot lady, and then when it spits out an image, you're like smaller bangs, bigger boobs. Like, you got to start working on your own intelligence. Maybe I am going to be a little judgmental. You got to start working on your own intelligence in order to get the AI to spit out better stuff, bro. Garbage in, garbage out. That's one of like the default principles. Show us your search history. I would gladly. First off, because I know incognito mode exists. Secondly, because my most recently searched term is Toy Story 4 soundbook, because Christmas is coming up. What would you generate? I honestly have no idea. I think that I just don't get art to begin with. But like visual art at least. But AI art is like one step even beyond that. Like I can't, like no human artist is capable of creating the whimsical creations of my imagination. We need the most advanced piece of technology mankind has ever created. And then you type in like Japanese schoolgirl slicing the head of a lizard off with a katana. Like, bro, just... I think people would probably draw that shit for you for free. You could probably pay them, it's probably a nice thing to do, but... Or like the post that went semi-viral this weekend that was like, this is the hardest thing I've ever had to generate with AI. And it was like a recreation of Neo versus Morpheus, but the faces just look like two Pixar dads fighting. And you're like, what are we doing here, bro? Like, this is... I need it? This just doesn't seem like we're doing what we're supposed to be doing. It looks like, I'm just being impolite, but it's true. It looks like shit. It looks like the original thing, but way, 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 way worse. Not just because, it's obviously worse because you didn't do anything, but it's even worse, like not just for like a yucky reason, it just looks like shit. It's not like I'm jealous, like, oh, that looks so good, I've got to tear you down. It's actually like, it looks like fucking trash, man. If the Matrix looked like that, Keanu Reeves would never have recovered. It's cool that it can make it, but just stop acting like it's like you did something. Sorry. It's a horrible note to end the run on, but call that Repentance 3 and then we run it back. Oh man, 7 in a row already, huh? What did Keanu do to need to recover? Sometimes I forget that a lot of you were not alive in like the pre-Matrix days. Keanu Reeves, he was going through some shit. He was like the classic, like if someone said, who's a bad actor in 1997, if Reddit existed, everybody would have said Keanu Reeves. He was like, I don't even want to say that he was like, because now people are like, he's not the best actor of all time, but we like him. He's our guy. They were fucking going for Keanu Reeves' throat in 1998, bro. They were like, he's an embarrassingly bad actor. Hang on. And The Matrix kickstarted like the revival of Keanu Reeves, which continued via John Wick, obviously. But like people, they were going for his throat back then. That was before he became a wholesome Chungus. That was before we knew he was a wholesome Chungus. With the sad sandwich and the, like, everybody who's ever worked with him having nice things to say and so on. Oh, I know. He's genuinely, I don't think Keanu Reeves is like what I would call a great actor. I think that he has had some roles that fit him very well, which is maybe there's no difference. But I do own Bram Stoker's Dracula on DVD. And I know where the bastard sleeps. But that's part of the fun, too. What's your favorite Keanu Reeves movie? I'd have to say that his turn as Jonathan Harker in Bram Stoker's Dracula. So freaking worth. That movie's so horny. Bro, the book is so horny. All the Dracula stuff is horny. What are you hunting me for? I'm well read. I read Bram Stoker's Dracula. The book's horny as hell, dude. Dracula, the love of Dracula's life gets killed in like the medieval era. So bro says, fuck it, I'm just gonna be a himbo. And can you blame him? Have you seen the armor that he wears at the start of the movie? It's metal as hell, bro. It's like 40 pages in, Dracula's getting sucked off by 3 ladies. It's true. It's damn true. That's all he's doing at his castle, bro. Honestly, I'm not judging one way or the other. I think like the murder is where maybe I draw the line and say Dracula's not a nice dude. By the way, I watched over the course of a couple days this week. And what's crazy is that I saw this in theaters when I was like 3 or 4. But I watched Muppet Christmas Carol. Genuinely should be a Christmas classic. If it's not already, maybe I'm late to the party. Watching A Christmas Carol as a 35-year-old man kind of had me asking some questions. Why is Scrooge considered a villain? Now, he is a villain at the start of the movie. But by the end of the movie, he's a fucking nice guy. That's the point of the movie. Well, the point of the story is that he gets redeemed. I guess that's true with the Grinch as well. Like the Grinch gets redeemed by the end of the story. But like we gotta give him some credit, bro. He changed his ways, at least for one morning. We didn't really see where it went from there. He's still a capitalist? Yeah, but so are you. No? No, I'm not? All right. Okay. I am doing the yet you participate in society. I'm just saying, you're just saying Scrooge participated in society as well. I don't own capital. You on the library computer, you motherfucker? Somebody needs to use that to look up the location of Where's Waldo. He rented homes? I need to get off the internet. Me when someone in fiction is a landlord. I don't know if I can support this, Charles Dickens. I'm sorry. Cancel Scrooge. Cancel. He learns the error of his ways. Literally at the end of... Oh, I didn't mean to pop that. At the end of the story, he starts giving out like, I mean, probably not his whole fortune, but you can't expect him to Brewster's Millions that in one morning, especially on Christmas. Like, all the infrastructure is fucking closed, bro. Hey, NL, trivia question. How many ghosts visit Scrooge? I would have to say the answer to that question is 5. Christmas past, Christmas present, Christmas yet to come, and then where Marley and Marley... Or is that just in the Muppet Christmas Carol? In Charles Dickens' A Christmas Carol, is it just one guy? Come in and know me better, man. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, it's just crazy that Michael Caine is acting his heart out and he's in on the damn joke. Like, it's not like they told Michael Caine this is going to be a serious movie. Obviously, like, he had to hang out with Kermit the Frog. But, like, he exactly understood the role. It's like, I should play this as if I'm a serious Ebenezer Scrooge. And it works so much better as a result. Also, I was bawling my damn eyes out. Catch me thinking that Muppet Christmas Carol. I know the story of Tiny Tim. But then when they pan to the empty chair with the cane next to it, and Kermit the Frog is like, "It's okay, children. Life is full of meetings and partings. I'm sure we'll remember Tiny Tim for..." I was like bawling my fucking eyes out, bro. What is Kermit the Frog doing, dropping wisdom like that in Muppet Christmas Carol? I'm almost crying now, like retelling the story badly. It's Scrooge's fault? Yes, it would have been Scrooge's fault if that shit came to pass, but it didn't, because Scrooge got them a fucking huge Christmas turkey that nourished Tiny Tim so he didn't die on Christmas yet to come, okay? I guess we'll be pressing that button too. And Tiny Tim, who did not die, Tiny Tim, note to self, Tiny Tim, audience note, I should say. Tiny Tim, with the power of tryptophan, got over his illness. Unfortunately, 3 days later, he fell down a mine shaft and was killed. Oh, no! No! I couldn't believe it, man. They got Kermit the Frog as Bob Cratchit, dropping like meditations on, you know, death and in keeping what it means to be alive. I mean, they're really bringing the heat with that one. They don't make it like Muppet Christmas Carol anymore. Now shit's all like Diary of a Wimpy Kid Christmas edition. By the way, I thought the tweet was a little bit too far, so I'm not gonna make it. If you've opened Disney Plus recently, you may have seen the poster for the Santa Clauses. They took the Santa Claus starring Tim Allen and they made it worse. It still stars Tim Allen, so that's a big part of that. But they turned it from a movie into an episodic TV show. And then that's another huge knock on Disney Plus. And then the poster of him doing the hero landing, like punching the ground with energy coming out of his hand and his other hand in the air. I was going to take a screen cap, and I swear to you I was going to tweet, I would rather kill myself than watch this. But I thought it was too far, and lots of people probably got to pay their mortgages as a result of working on the media property. Just because it's bad, that doesn't mean, like, fuck craft services or whatever. But that was the first thought that popped into my head. And it's not true. I would rather watch it than kill myself. And it's not even close. But I would rather watch almost anything else than watch that for sure. No backbone. Bro won't even commit suicide. No backbone. He would rather watch the 10 episodes. Well, now that I think about it, 10 episodes for a Christmas show. I don't know. Maybe they're neck and neck is all. Chibli or Prezzo could make the tweet. That's right. Marley and Marley. I think superhero movies are cooked, man. I didn't expect myself to go from superhero enjoyer to superhero hater so fast. But I almost want to like get people together, and like I saw the first trailer that I've seen for the second Aquaman movie, and I'm like, I really think this is it, guys. I really feel like if we don't go see this one, it's gonna put a nail in this thing. It's gonna be like 7 bombs in a row, minus Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. If we just don't go see Aquaman 2, which is not really like a problem for me to begin with, that could do it. That might be enough, man. They've been bombing for several years. Not really. I mean, there was like, Endgame came out in 2019, and then COVID happened for like a year and a half. So I'm checking your math on the back of the napkin there, and I'm saying the mathematical calculation doesn't check out. I know 2023 has seemed really long. I didn't say the pandemic lasted. Well, I guess I did. What I meant is that shit was closed for a year and a half. Then it opened, and then it closed, and then it opened, and then it sort of opened some places and closed in other places. And then everyone was like, let's just send it. Did you see the Grinch interview? I did not see the Grinch interview. That should not be surprising, though. The Grinch interview. The motherfucker, I thought they killed him at the end of the movie. Didn't he die? Did you see the video from the Brazilian birthday party, though? Of Spider-Man does a backflip, and then Black Panther comes in and tries to do a front flip, but his like ankle breaks during the front flip, and he falls over, and then he gets up and he goes like this, like I'm okay, and then he does his hero pose, and then he clutches his chest and is like, I'm okay. Oh man, hang on. I can't play it on stream because it has the audio, but okay, here it is. Oh, Spider-Man hit the gritty. Here comes Black Panther. Pennywise, oh, this is a slippery floor. Don't worry, guys, I'm okay. Black Panther. Oh, I am very sore, though. I am very sore. Oh, man. Oh, man. What about the one where Spider-Man jumps in the pool? Yeah, and then the kids try to kill him. Like, he falls in the pool, and then he keeps trying to surface because, like, his own mask is waterboarding, and the kids keep pulling him under. It's crazy, man. Oh, dude. And people are like, get him, Spider-Man's a capitalist. Why? Because he inherited some Stark technology? Dude's literally, like, 16 years old. Cut him some slack, bro. He should be at the club right now. He's broke? Excuse me, he's not broke. He lives in an apartment in Queens. Hey, NL, are you a Dune head? Yeah, I'd say I'm a fan of Dune. Dune crystal meth will lift you up until it breaks it, don't stop. That's an Eve 6 joke, I'm sorry. But yes, I enjoy the property known as Dune. I enjoy the movie, at least. I will not read the books. There's a lot of them, and they're very long. But I will watch the movie when it comes out. I enjoyed the first one immensely. That's not Eve 6? Yes, it is Eve 6. Semi-Charm Kind of Life is by Third Eye Blind, of course. The tweet, doing crystal meth will lift you up until it breaks, is by Eve 6. But it's the song? No, it's not. The song says doing crystal meth will lift you up until it breaks. The tweet says D-U-N-E. Dune crystal meth will lift you up until it breaks. So you got it all backwards here. Oh, I didn't know it's spelled like that? That's all right. Being quiet is free. One of the rare things in Joe Biden's America, by the way, that's still costs as much as it did 3 years ago or something. I don't know where we're going with that one, but just work with me, okay? The stars of track and field are beautiful people. I'm just going black rune. I think we skipped the item room on this floor, but life's too short to be puttering around these like Curse of the Darkness floors, man. I don't care about all that. No, I didn't eat cantaloupe lately. I know why you're asking. It's because like 30 people have died due to salmonella that they got from tainted cantaloupes. You know what's fucked up? First, I got disrespected by the Canadian medical system. They didn't think that I had like a real disease or a real infection, at least, when I had salmonella and campylobacter. I had to fight for my right to party and get antibiotics that these fucking doctors are probably prescribing to themselves anytime that they get a little tummy ache. No disrespect or whatever. I don't know that for a fact. I'm just guessing that like if their kid was sick, they probably would be prescribing the ciprofloxacin like day one with the prescription pad they keep in their house. But anyway, like, long story short, now I can't even make jokes about salmonella because that shit is fucking killing people when I'm the motherfucker who should be able to make jokes about it because it almost killed me. I'm like one of the only dudes who should be able to make a joke about the salmonella stuff. Meanwhile, you guys are letting Panera charge lemonade jokes fly like crazy. It is insane, but also it makes perfect sense. I don't think this is like an example of society being cooked, by the way. But you know that the charged lemonade sales must have gone through the fucking roof. I also want to try the lemonade that killed 2 people. Just to know, not just to be like, oh, I'm like, wouldn't happen to me, because like I don't have a heart condition to the best of my knowledge. But like I gotta know what it's like. There's not too many like fast food products you get that kill you right away. Most of them kill you slowly over a period of like several decades. Just drink 3 Red Bulls is the same thing? Can we just discuss this for a second? Your solution is worse in like every possible way. It's going to be more expensive to buy 3 Red Bulls. I'm not going to get the street cred for surviving the lemonade that killed 2 people. And like every time someone talks about it, I'm going to have to be like, yeah, you know, I've never tried it, but I did drink 3 Red Bulls just to know what it would feel like to have one. You know how that's going to fly in the 35-year-old like toddler parent circle? I'm going to get blacklisted, bro. I'm not going to be allowed back at circle time. That's the way insane people talk. It's not going to happen. If I'm going to take in 300 milligrams of caffeine or whatever, I'm going to do it via the real fucking thing. I'm not buying the Game Sir when the DualShock 5 is right there. I'll just Level with your brother. I don't think either of these items are worth taking. Fucking Mad Catz lemonade. Just drink 3 Red Bulls. This is like a solution in search of a problem. Just drink 3. Just listen, this is the most I've been baited in a long time. That is like a great encapsulation of part of the internet. Why do simple, obvious thing when instead you could do a much worse and less convenient solution? I got a charge because I have AAA battery. I'm so smart for doing this. Okay. Give me this. Do you think you're responsible for Cine 2 Nerdle going down? No. They're responsible because they made the infrastructure, and also the game is good and the cream always rises to the top. I'm in my shirking responsibility era. Part of that is because, you know, was it Saturday? We were riding, and then like there was this person on the Peloton that shall remain nameless that was like way ahead of me, and then their output just stopped, right? So at first you're like, oh, what, old man, can't cut it? Maybe you should slow down then so you can still finish the ride. Then their output like never came back. So when I got off the bike, I hit him with an @ping on Discord, and I said, are you still alive? And then I saw a message from them earlier that was like, I had to unclip for a second and it felt like I was gonna pass out, so I'm gonna cancel the rest of the ride here. And I'm like, DL Guiga, we gotta like, I mean, you're basically like the vice lieutenant of the group right now. We gotta, and I've been actively discouraging people. I've been like, if you're not comfortable, like, don't ride so hard. And then people are like, yeah, I get it, just so you can like beat me on the leaderboard. I'm like, no, motherfucker, because if you die, and then 60 minutes is like, let's figure out how he died. It's like such a salacious story that's like, drill sergeant type influencer encourages his viewers to do dangerous amounts of cardiovascular exercise. They're not going to look at the context, which is like people being like, oh, I had heart palpitations, but I got a new PB today. And then me adding them and saying, please stop doing this. They're not going to look at that. They're going to do interviews with like, you know, my ops. And it'll be like, yeah, he's always been an asshole like that. He's always been like insanely competitive and like self-destructive. And I'm going to be like, bro, you haven't known me since like 11th grade. Yeah, I got ops. No, not really. Hey. Try it again. I'm just saying, you guys got to take care of yourself. First off, like, you shouldn't want to die. And even if you do, you don't want to exercise yourself to death. Like, that's nobody's favorite way to go, I'm sure. But then secondarily, like, I also don't want you to die because, like, I'm a human being with empathy. The tertiary reason after all of that is just gonna fuck up my PR like crazy. I notice I said tertiary. That's the third. Okay. The third most important. The most important is you shouldn't want to die to begin with. Also, Prime subs don't auto-renew. Chad, is that true? We go for it. Yes. Yeah, I know. I feel like I get to bait you sometimes. If I say, Chad, is that true? And you respond as if it's a real question, like I baited you. So get owned. Oh, man. Oh, man. That felt good. What the hell? Anyway, what were we talking about? Oh, yeah, it's a great website. I can't wait for it to come back. But also, I'm glad that there's a break because, like, it takes some of the pressure off. You really know how like LeBron James feels when you play that game. If you lose because you got trapped in like, you know, Finland cinema, people are like, he's washed. Won like 17 games in a row, lose one to like, you know, a Penelope Cruz movie from 1983, and then people are like, oh, he's cooked. Then we got motherfuckers in the Discord that are like, try to abandon someone in 1917. Nobody knows who's in that movie. And you're like, little bro, it's directed by Sam Mendes. Dude made American Beauty. You go American Beauty, then I got you at Chris Cooper. I take you from Chris Cooper to Adaptation. Then from Adaptation, I lose your ass in Jackass 2 via Spike Jonze. Like, you don't know what you're dealing with, okay? You gotta abandon someone in a dark corner, not 1917. This shit's got Colin Firth in it. You go Colin Firth, you take it to Bridget Jones's Diary 1. All of a sudden, you're back at Me, Myself, and Irene. Then I got you in the Majestic hole. Jackass 2 isn't a kill shot. I feel like I tend to win via war of attrition. Some people come up with like clever ways to abandon someone. Me, I think that I burn your brain glycogen down like one rally at a time, and then eventually you just go, I don't have this one. What does this do again? We're doing a lot of damage. Oh no. Oh no, I thought I was going to be lost in the red rooms. I love to rally. They should make like a low impact tennis for older people. That's like really loud. Has anyone ever thought of this? Watch this, watch this. Just gonna sneak right by you. Me in the Costco trying to get past, they're giving away free samples of Campbell's chicken broth in a small cup. People have parked their carts sideways in order to try to make sure that they can get up to the front and taste that sweet, sweet 25% sodium removed chicken broth. And look at that, I'm just gonna sneak right by you. Oh, baby. Try that in a small cup. Me taking piss tests. Me giving a semen sample to the blood bank. Oh, man. Me, when I, when me, when you. Did you know, I don't know if this is still the case. Has anyone gone to teach ESL in South Korea in the past few years? We might have like one or two in chat. When I, and not just me, but like everybody that came over the same, you know, few years that I came over, when I went to South Korea, before you can take your job, like you already signed the contract and stuff like that, but one of the terms is you have to give a urine sample upon landing and, you know, piss clean. I don't know what the test is for. I'm assuming it's drugs, but it might be disease. I don't know. But yes, South Korea does take their drug laws very, very seriously. So it's probably like that. But also, I had not partaken. I knew I was going to piss clean. I had a little piss anxiety, so the appointment took like 45 minutes, which I'm sure they were like a little sus about, but really it's just because my ass got off of like a 14-hour flight. Like I was in water retention mode, bro. Long story short though, I pissed clean. But then I was talking to my coworkers about it, and they were like, oh yeah, don't worry. Like we were really nervous for it because we smoked weed like literally the night before our flight, but like nothing came of it. And I'm like, well, I get why are they making you do the piss test then, bro? It turns out it doesn't matter. I mean, you got to put yourself in the shoes of the school as well. I guess they're like, you know, we literally just flew this person over, you know, from another country, and they start work on Monday. Like, it's not like we can really replace them. They're like, what are we doing here? Why are we wasting that piss, bro? That was my piss. It doesn't make sense. I did a saliva drug test once. The night before I had smoked weed, I still passed. You know what? Broke, they shouldn't have done the drug test. Woke, the person doing the drug test gets to pay the mortgage as a result of this fraud. It's all about praxis, people. There's a silver lining to every dark cloud. Super woke. Your weed was actually Italian seasoning. Yeah, that's true. No, bro, I was laughing at Family Guy clips. It was weed, man. It was no, because if it wasn't weed, then that would mean that I found Family Guy funny, which is Tommy Shelby gift. Tommy Shelby, you know what I'm saying? People really do be arguing about Family Guy on Twitter. You see that? Dude, we're crushing it today. Let me get a slash marker and we'll go call that repentance. That was like 4. And I'm gonna go get a Coke Zero. I'm gonna start the video with me not being in the chair. They tested your piss for Coke Zero, you're fucked. Bro, if drug tests found diet soda, weed, and coffee, and that was like a fireable offense, society's cooked. I'm pretty sure that those are the 3 drugs that like keep the chains of industry moving. That and probably like construction workers who pack 2 beers in their lunchbox and then use heavy machinery for like 6 hours afterwards. Nah, bro, there are really serious rules against that. Yeah, but they're not up in the cherry picker with you, bro. You think I don't know? Come on. You got every once in a while, you gotta be doing something up there. My piss is so caffeinated, they sell it at Panera. That's the start of a fire bar. You just got to think of a perfect word that rhymes with Panera. And I don't have it in me right now. All I can think of is Dylan Sabara. Cholera, so close, that's a shape. We're almost there. Bam Margera, now that would work. I'm not willing to make the rhyme, but you could do it. Still got it. Camara? Pamela! Barack Obama be like, my wife. First of all. Oh, man. It's really called Godzilla -1, huh? I heard it's good, I'm just saying. It's named like a K-pop group. Can I say something as well? Kate and I, we watched, I don't know, a third of the first episode. This is gonna hit too close to home for some people. But hey, that's what's funny about it, okay? Maybe. Funny to me, at least. We were watching, so we finished Squid Game, and then we said, what are we gonna watch? And there's this Korean show. It's called like Life After Divorce or something like that. And it's basically like 10 Korean divorcees that they do like The Bachelor, basically. So it's kind of like Terrace House meets Terrace House. It's a lot like Terrace House. And I was thinking they have people in there. There's a wide range of age groups. They got a lot of guys in their and women in their 30s and 40s that, you know, were married for like a few years and then got divorced. Then there was one dude who was married for like 2 weeks and got divorced and is in like his early 20s. And I think on like a normal reality show, that dude's in a position of power, right? This was my hunch. You may disagree. You'd be like, well, he was married, but like, it wasn't like a real marriage, kind of. Like, he doesn't have that much trauma from it, I guess, as much as maybe someone who was married for longer. So he's kind of like, he's still sort of never been married. Like, they weren't like real people. They weren't supposed to be around in the area. You know what I'm saying? But I think like in a show like this where everyone is divorced, I was like, this dude's screwed. Because I just putting myself in the shoes of like a divorced woman, which, I mean, I wear a men's 12, so that's going to be tough to begin with. But I feel like you don't want your second marriage to be like to a guy who was only married for like 2 weeks. There's a lot of like, as a man, at least I feel like I went through like basic training. Like she bought low, and she took me from a position of like life as a slob, and now I've got good habits, you know? I eat well, I take care of myself, I clean up after myself, I keep a clean house, I'm responsible, you know, and there's been dips and there's been peaks and valleys along the way that have smoothed out, but it took years, right? You can't be like a 37-year-old woman and then be like, I'm going to get with the guy who was married for 2 weeks. You're going to have to do all that preparatory work all over again, man. It's like restarting your degree program when you're 2 courses away from getting your master's. Like, you really want to teach him how to... he might be ahead of where I was, okay? But I'm just saying, you're really going to teach him how to do the dishes again? You're really going to try to change him so he doesn't have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 Coke Zero cans on his desk? Like, that's... You already put in the work, bro. You should be, like, you know, getting something that's already up to snuff. You're gonna get ants, bro? I'm not gonna get ants, okay? It's not real sugar. They don't eat this, right? Right? Do you not have a wastebasket near your desk? Okay, this is a complicated one. I'm not making an excuse. It is too many cans on my desk. I'm trapped. I did it to myself. But what happened is like, and I would like my wife, not, like, this is not anti my wife. I'm just saying, back me up on the facts of the story. I try to put the cans in the recycling as frequently as I can. After we took out our recycling last week, like literally the next day, our recycling was full because there was like a bunch of like misshapen recycled cardboard in it. Like as soon as I took 2 cans out to the recycling bin, it was like, you can't fit any other cans in this. So I've been carrying recycling debt on my desk. Then, yesterday, my wife refactored the recycling bin. And as a result, there's space. So now I can put that in. I can put the cans in there, but I just haven't had the opportunity since. The lady said no. Well, then she doesn't know. Did you or did you not refactor the recycling bin yesterday? Oppie, did you or did you not refactor the recycling bin yesterday? Get his ass, Kate? She can't. You know why I know she can't? Because the reason I haven't had time to recycle is because I was cleaning the whole house when our daughter was at a activity on Sunday morning. And every time I walked by my wife's office, what did I see on her screen? While I was Swiffering the whole house, cleaning all of our glass surfaces, doing the dishes. Don't say? Okay, I'm not going to say. I'm not going to say. I'm just going to say everybody deserves a chance to take the time that they need in order to like feel rested and refreshed. Because adult life is hard. You don't get a lot of breaks. I'm just saying, let's tell the truth. If we're telling the truth, let's tell the whole truth. Because I'm not getting roasted here for having 8 cans on my desk. And then all of a sudden, it's like we're negating all the effort that actually got put in, okay? Eight cans, man, come on. What is that, like you got 12 on your desk? Like, what's the problem here? You outed yourself? Yeah, that's why you don't join in. I'm capable of doing enough damage to myself. You know, I talk about my wife, like, so respectfully on this stream. And this is why, and Librarian, you're not entitled to hear this part. This is why I say it's okay for a wife to make fun of her husband, okay? Instead of vice versa. Because I'm living it. I talk about my wife so respectfully. Sometimes I'll just be like eating lunch after my stream. I'm like, oh, it was a hard day's work. And then I go to my wife's stream and she's like, I cleaned his toilet. I almost threw up. It looks so bad. His shit was spackled to like the side of the bowl. I think he has a colon problem. Chat, does anybody else have this? And she's like airing out like my most private, like bodily functions. And without my consent, like it's not like she asked me, would this be okay to talk about? I'm just eating the sandwich, so I'm getting like screwed from both dimensions because I'm eating while she's talking about it. So, you know, and then I'm like, you know, it's okay to play a little Honkai Star Rail on the weekend. That's what the weekend's for. And all of a sudden, I'm the bad guy? Does it make sense, dude? Me taking the hit. I'm taking it. Wives everywhere are like, take the shot. Clear. Let's get brunch. Judgment. Target down. As a wife, +2. Let's go! Get out of there! Save yourself, bro! It's like the dude on the Peloton. As a husband, +2. Man, wait, even DL Guiga's backing you up. You know you're spitting some truth. That's universal truth. He lives in the Midwest. I live in the paradise of the coastal elites. He works in finance. I listen to the Compound and Friends. Like, we're in very different sides of the world here. He speaks Portuguese. I'm monolingual by choice. And yet, some things unite humanity. And that's the truth. The truth is what unites humanity. She wears short skirts, so true. I wear long jackets. I took your Taylor Swift reference and I raised it by a cake. Anyway, Kate, the point is, I'm telling you, the point was not about what we were doing this weekend. The point is about that dude on the divorce show. And I'm just like, I really feel like he's at a disadvantage. Again, this is just, I can't say this is what it's like. It's just simply my guess is that if you're a divorced woman in your mid-30s, you don't want to have to like retrain a husband from scratch. You want to pick up a husband who's like already gone through the preparatory materials and the basic training, and he's gotten his certifications and his shots and stuff like that. What? Like, you don't want to start over with like a 23-year-old guy, and then you got to find out that he like loads the dishwasher like a fucking idiot, right? You've already done the work on that one. Dating in your 40s sounds hard. Well, first off, I wouldn't know for two reasons. But secondly, people in their 20s are always like, dating in their 40s sounds hard. How do you date in your 20s? Oh, he's got a cool bracelet. Okay. He got an Aperol Spritz. I thought that was so cool. It's all fucking bullshit, bro. You do you. Yeah, but that's the thing, man. More men are wearing bracelets than eating stew these days. Hey, NL, why do you expect women to train men? Because I know a lot of single men in their 30s, and like, most of them are not consistently making decisions that are good for their overall... The incentive for a man when he lives alone, not with everybody, but like with a lot of men, I think, who have never been married, is like a tendency towards self-destruction. It helps to live with someone who's like, you know, please take care of yourself, because otherwise, like, we're gonna have a problem. It day to day pushes you in a direction to like better yourself, and it helps put some backstops there so you don't backslide too much when things get bad. If you got nothing, you got no bumpers on the side, like, your ass can easily find yourself in the gutter for years and years. I guess. What would you say about a 30-year-old single woman? I wouldn't say anything because I don't know any. I have no idea, quite frankly. Right answer? Well, it's not like it's a trap question. It's just like, actually, like 99% of my friends are men, and most of them are single. Not single, but unmarried. You don't know any 30-plus single women? I honestly, no. I don't think. Well, my grandma. That's because my grandpa died like 13 years ago. And she's loving every minute of it, Jerry. Like, there was some mourning, but now she's having a good time. She's not 30. You said 30 plus. She's like 74, okay? That's 30 plus. Last time I checked. You gotta watch some number blocks, bro. Yeah, good for her. My grandfather, I think, was not a good husband. I love him because he was my grandfather, but like, I think, you know, that's kind of like grandfathered in, if you will. Maybe that's why they named the term that. It's just a pun. Like, everyone relax. I'm not going out for, like, you know, I'm not trying to get 5 mics off of that joke. But like, where would I meet a 30-plus single woman at this point in my life? The only people I hang out with are like my family and other parents. Brunch? Yeah, this is Vancouver. DL Guiga, back me up. No, strangers don't talk to each other in Vancouver. They're minding their own business. He's right. I will say, because I think that people, they often accuse me of being too sexist towards men. It happens all the time. In order to keep it fair, I have to add a musing about women. Sorry, it's just the way that it is. All I'm going to say is that a single man's life in his 20s is much more likely to be self-destructive than a single woman's life in her 20s. In my admittedly anecdotal N=1 experience. However, what's crazy is that in my experience, a man's bathroom in his 20s is a lot cleaner than a girl's bathroom in her 20s. I know we've been down this road before. I had to think of something to even the odds here. There's something about, I get it, society has got you using all sorts of different products. But you just go in and there's like 12 shampoo bottles on the tank of the toilet, and like one of them's got like blue liquid coming out of the top, one of them's got pink liquid coming out of the top. It's just, and Sure, maybe the joke is actually on men because at age 22, we're all using like the 8-in-1 soap, shampoo, conditioner, energy drink, you know, like multivitamin body wash, but it does make it less cluttered. You can't deny that. Oh! Half empty bottles aren't dirty. Yeah, but they got the drip on this. You know what I'm talking about. And like the Tresemme bottle is like open and there's like a little goo coming out of the top of it that's run down the side. You know, Diaguiga, you know what I'm talking about. Don't play it cool. I know. We both know. We know about the shampoo goo, bro. Back me up on this one. You wouldn't know, Baldy? It's true. I mean, my bathrooms were like dirtier than they should be, considering that I didn't even have any hair. But like, the bathroom of a balding man is crazy, though. That's probably true. In all honesty, I think it's cool that there's like, it's more accessible for men going through hair loss. They have like options now, whereas like, when I was going through hair loss, it was basically like be bald or shave it. Like those were your options. Or get it like a fucking toupee or something. With 18-year-old showing up for Biology 101 with a damn hairpiece on. Morty's wigs. Sure, we take. Forgot you never take that. But also, I feel like, in a way, I feel blessed that the conditions that I made my decision in were a lot simpler. Because like these days, if you're a man going through hair loss, you might be paralyzed by choice. You know, should I go to Turkey and get a hair transplant? Should I get like this medicine with this side effect? Should I take that medicine with that side effect? Should I, you know? When I was 19 and I kind of decided like enough is enough, it was really like, you know, unless you got, I don't know, like 10 grand for a hair transplant, then it's that or it's a little shaving cream and a razor, which you probably have to begin with. Like it kind of made my decision for me. There was no cope involved because there was no other option. So in that way, I think it was, maybe it's turning a negative, a perceived negative into a perceived positive, but, you know, it's kind of like, there's no point in like dilly-dallying. Like this is the situation, let's send it. You know, the longer you wait, the worse it's going to be. This medicine was available 40 years ago. Yeah, but you can't like, let me put it this way, nobody was taking it. Maybe if you were like, no 19-year-old on the planet was taking it. That's probably not true, but nobody I knew was taking it, at that point at least. What medicine are we talking about? Penicillin. I'm just seeing if you bought it. I knew someone who was balding in high school. Mouth be like... See, you're gonna think, why are you making a bald joke about Mouth? I'm not. I'm saying Mouth knew me in high school. I was losing my damn hair. Northern Lion stream ending explained. New media rock stars. You know what's crazy though is that it's really not crazy, because when you think about it, like yeah, I went bald at, I probably started balding at 16, but I really noticed like 17, 18. That stings. You really do be your own sometimes. But like, I am just the latest entry in like the franchise of my genes, right? So obviously like the way that the phenotype gets expressed is different based on the underlying genotype. But like probably my grandpa on my mom's side was balding when he was like 18, 19, 20 or something like that. And his ass was never like, oh, it was hard. He was like fucking, you know, lots of shit was hard back then. I guess it was different like optically because you got married when you were like 15 years old. But still, it's like I never heard him complain about it once. He wasn't even that old. Like, I mean, he was probably would have been in his early 60s when I was like 10. This is just, you know, they were just like, this life. And they didn't even shave their head back then. So dude would be like 22 years old rocking the horseshoe. Can you imagine? Senior vice president of his company. Got the job just by walking in and firmly shaking the owner's hand. Worked there for 77 years. That's true. They did wear more hats back then. What is it about, like the fedora has been uncool for a really long time now. Like at minimum since the swing revival in like the 90s, right? Probably before then. But when you look at people like in the 50s and 60s that were wearing them, they were looking fucking cool, bro. So what is it about the fedora now that's so much worse? Is it because people are trying to use it as a shortcut to be like, I'm well-dressed and classy without actually committing with the rest of the outfit? Is it like fedora plus graphic t-shirt plus sweatpants is like is it a principal element there? That's part of it. I will say, oh, I would do this in a heartbeat, bro. What are we doing here? Kate will tell you this is true. I made a bold decision as a 35-year-old man. I had a shirt in my closet that I didn't know where it came from. Either like my mom gave it to me for Christmas at some point, or like maybe I bought it for myself and then was like, I'm not sure if this shirt is really like what I'm looking for. And I was like, you know what? Today's the day I'm going to try it on. Because it is the season. It's a flannel button-up shirt. I put it on and Kate said, what is that shirt? And I said, I don't know. Like I didn't take offense to it because I was looking at myself in the mirror like, what's going on with this? But it wasn't like an oversized flannel shirt in keeping with the style of our time. It was like a fucking tight ass flannel shirt. Like it was, and I'm a relatively skinny guy compared to at least where I used to be. Like this shit was fucking tight, bro. She said at the very least you gotta tuck it in, okay? So I tucked it into my Lululemon navy blue slacks. And I was like, this doesn't feel like me. But I said, sometimes it's like that, right? Sometimes you try on, you get a new haircut. You know, it's been a while since I had this experience, obviously. But you get a new haircut and you're like, I look stupid. Then you wake up the next day and you're like, oh, actually, I really like it. So I said I'd try it. Went out. We had to run some errands in the morning. Went out. Came back home, looked at myself in the mirror and said, I straight up look like a cowboy. Like I look like someone who would say like, you yeed your last ha. But because of the Lululemons, there was also like a little like metrosexual element going on. There was like a discordant vibe. It's like the outfit was discordant with itself and it was discordant with my personality. And I was like, this is just not gonna work. So then I took it off and I put on something more me. And then I put the shirt back in the closet. I don't know what that's for though. I put it back in the closet as if to be like, maybe one day. I don't know if I should be diplomating this, but I was like, I'm not going to throw it out. I've only worn it once, bro. Use it unbuttoned with a shirt. You really think it would work well on top of the Hurley? On top of the Kirkland signature Eddie Bauer? Maybe. Kate will tell you if she's still here. It was not... Well, she did say, why'd you change? And then I was like, I just don't think it was working. And then she was kind of like, yeah. It's a good try. Like, you got to try it sometimes. You got to give it a shot. You should be a vest guy. I think that's where I'm going. I think I'm evolving into Patagonia vest. I think that's my next step. I do like to be outside, which is something I never thought I would hear myself say. It seems in keeping with the rest of my lifestyle. Well, I guess we should. Can you have a hiking era? I think I would like hiking. It just seems like there's lots of great hiking in Vancouver. It just seems crazy to me to like drive your car to like a hiking trail. Like it's like smoking a cigarette on the treadmill or something like that. It's like that's something and I shouldn't let that stand in my way, I guess, but it's a long trip to the damn mountains if you're going to take a bike, I guess. You got to get there somehow. He's always got to say something. That is my number one foible, Chiblee. You got me. I do always be gotta saying something. Take the C bus? You're not going to catch my ass at Waterfront Station at 8:07 a.m. on a Saturday, okay? That's when my child gets up. I can't be hobnobbing with society's elites at that time, okay? By the way, I had a great moment, okay? So, anybody here who's a parent in an area, and this is not coastal elite talking. If anything, I'm complaining. Everything's fucking crowded. Everything involving kids is crowded, okay? Maybe it's not just Vancouver, but like daycare is always fucking like you're on a wait list. After school programs, you're on a wait list. Any kind of activity, you're on a wait list, right? So I had heard from other parents. Our daughter she's basically just turned 3. So this is the first cycle of community center activities where she's actually been able to go to the ones that are for toddlers. Because previously they're like, oh, sorry, she's only 2.97. She's like not allowed to go to this. Okay. So now she's old enough for the ones that are starting in January. So I picked out a class for her at a community center. And I was like, I'm going to be there Saturday, 9 a.m., online sign up. I'm going to sign you up 100% for this class. There's like not many spots and it's very competitive. So it's first come, first serve. We're going to be there. We got fiber, no sweat. I'm always up at that time anyway. Long story short, my ass forgot, okay? So about an hour and a half after sign-ups opened, Kate said, aren't you going to sign up for that one class? And I said, oh, son of a bitch. And then I went to the online registration and it was like, it's full, but they kept some spots. Here's where the story goes. The online registration is full, but they keep some spots for like in-person and phone registration. So then I phoned and I was like, hi, I'd like to register for course number, blah, 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 blah. And they were like, oh, phone registration doesn't start until like next Monday. So you can come into the community center if you want and we'll register you there. And I swear to you, I said, I'm at his mercy, right? So I said, sure, that sounds fine. Dude said, okay, good luck. Click. It was like is Taken with Liam Neeson. That shit was rattling around in my brain. So then I told my wife, I was like, I guess we're taking this. I told my wife, hey, I got to go to the community center. And she said, yeah, go ahead. I'm driving there the whole time like, I know this shit is not going to work out, okay? There's 0% chance. Like when I looked at the course calendar, I was like, every parent is going to be signing up for this class, no doubt. So I get to the community center, the parking lot. It's like 10:07 a.m. on a Saturday, and the parking lot is jammed. Bumper to bumper traffic like a Costco. People are waiting like in line for spots. I pull over to the side of the parking lot, get like street parking, get out, pay for the parking on my phone. I'm like jogging into the community center. I get to the community center and there's like a 30-person deep lineup. And there's I've never seen this before. There's a dude with a headset like running the McDonald's drive-through who's like directing traffic, and people are like, how's your day going? And he's like, it's crazy today. It's like swimming class sign up or something like that. And I'm like, this is insane. I'm like, we're fucked. Anyway, I start filling out the form in the line. Like he gives me the form. I get to the front. I'm like, I want to register for this class. I'm 100% sure the lady's going to laugh in my face. Instead, she types for 8 minutes and then she goes, okay, do you want an emailed receipt or like a printed receipt? And I was like, oh, emailed receipt is good. And then, you know, in Meet the Parents, when, probably not, but when Greg Fokker gets a fake Jinxie from the pound and paints a stripe on it, and he brings the carrier back when the family's at their lowest, and then he's like, I got it, and he's like slapping the case, and everybody's like, Jinxie! That's how I felt when I got home. I was like, there was 0% chance we were going to get it, and then we got it. I really did feel like the image of the dude mining, but giving up before he gets the diamonds. Every gambler is just one more swing away from hitting that jackpot. It was exhilarating, man. And then I told my daughter, and she was like, I don't want to do that. And I was like, well, too bad, you're 3. If you were like 15, I'd be like, all right, we'll cancel. But you're 3. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't even... Literally what I signed you up for, you just found out that it existed like 15 minutes ago. So we're not going to be doing that. Sorry, you're 3. That's about all I got, though. Ratioed plus you are 3. This run kind of blows. Yep. Anyway, Poop Deli. So true. They really should do a Costco wrap, dude. I was thinking about that. One of the very few things I'm not cynical about is wraps. Like, I feel like they're always fun. Even when they kind of suck, it's always nice to see, like, a year encapsulated and collated and sliced in a couple of different ways. They already got all our data, bro. We're scanning our card at checkout. People are paying on, like, Costco credit cards and stuff like that. Just show me what the breakdown. I want to see my free sample of choice at the Costco. Spoilers, it's chocolate-covered acai berries. And you will not catch me waiting for the Tropicana orange juice unless there's nobody else there. Speak for yourself, I'm all cash. The older I get, the more I respect that. Ah, son of a bitch, I needed that deal with the devil. It's not even like I'm worried about them tracking me. It's more just like, we talked about it before. I feel like when you pay with cash in the modern era, you're basically just maliciously exercising a human right, which I respect. It's like, I'm going to pay you in this way that is like the least convenient way for both of us, but you're sticking to your principles. It wouldn't be me. I will be paying using a digital wallet connected to a credit card on my phone. Check is worse. Well, they don't do that here anymore. I am old enough to have witnessed people paying with checks in grocery stores, but it's been probably like 20 years. Cash is way faster than card. No disrespect, but your clientele is old. You would catch, I have my digital wallet ready to go before the last item is even scanned. And I hold it up so that they don't even have to say, like, how would you like to pay? I'm paying on card. I'm 35 years old. I got my phone out. I'm wearing a fedora. You know I'm technologically literate. As soon as the reader pops up, ding, we're done. That's it. I know it might take a couple of extra seconds for like the process to, ping back to the servers. Does this guy have enough money in his debit account? But I would put myself with my Samsung digital wallet up against anybody with cash. But I do see sometimes at the grocery store is a rude bit. I apologize. I'm sure I'll be there one day myself. See people at the grocery store, and it's like the grocery clerk is like, how do you want to pay? And they're like, card. And then like the card reader goes beep, and it pops up with like, please insert your card. And then they go like, oh, and then they like go through their purse to get their credit card. And I'm like, you forgot about that part, huh? Like we could just be doing one simple thing to make everybody's life a little, you would just be ready, like. It's okay, it's not a big deal, but it happens too often. I try to be the change that I want to see in the world. I'm not saying I've never messed up on the card reader, but I do try to be quick about it. It's easy too, because you just hit the no tip button no matter where you are. I forgot, I fucking hate this dude. Fuck you, fuck you. Bro, do some damage, bro! Do something! I'm joking! That being said, I do hit the no tip option at lots of places. Not traditional restaurants, service-based locations, etc., but I told you about the time I went to the liquor store, and when I checked out, it was like, would you like to leave a tip? And I was like, what? You didn't do anything. I got the shit, I brought it to the front. You clearly did not make the stuff. I'm pretty sure that your name is not Jack Daniels. Like, what are we doing here? What do you want a tip for? Like, I guess everybody wants a tip, myself included. Because it's money, but like you didn't do anything. You're just existing. Like this is just this is commerce. Yeah, I tip for takeout. I don't know. As much as people will, I'm probably the most based guy in the world. I guess it's like what I'm trying to say. Oh, we take those. And then okay. You tip for takeout? Let me explain my methodology. I've always tipped a little bit for takeout. I think like even in college I would tip like 10%. Not as much as in store, but I would tip for takeout. And part of it is just being honest with myself. I'm already tipping for no reason other than the fact that if I don't tip, people will be mad at me. It's not like when I sit down in a restaurant, I'm like, oh, you're doing like the really hard work of refilling my glass of water and like carrying the plate out to me. Like that stuff is, I'm not saying it's not work. I'm just saying like it doesn't bring much value to me personally. Like if they just put the plate out at the front and said your food's here, like I got no problem walking up and getting it myself. So on an intellectual level, I'm already tipping for no reason whatsoever. I'm tipping because it's the custom of the place where I live. So it's just honest for me to tip on takeout because I'm not really paying you to fill up my glass of water anyway. I'm paying you because that's what you do when you go out to a restaurant is you tip. It's what we've all agreed upon, whether via inertia or, whatever other reason. But then after COVID, I also started tipping more for takeout because I want the businesses in my neighborhood to continue to exist and not just be replaced by Cactus Club, Earl's, etc., etc. So I've started tipping like 20%, sometimes even a little bit more for takeout at local businesses because I want the business, if possible, to have every chance to survive longer and not just become like the next Boston Pizza or something like that. So, and then if it goes out of business, it's not like I'm going to be like, oh, I really wish I could get those tips back. I'll be like, well, it's the way of the world. Either way, you're supporting, people in your community. Which is why I don't tip when I eat at restaurants in America, because I don't live there. So it's not really like, it's not going to enrich my local environment. As a result, I just don't care. I'm there for a good time, not a long time. If if those restaurants go out of business, what do I may never be in Bellingham ever again. I'm joking. I mean, I may never be in Bellingham ever again, God willing, but I do tip as well in the United States of America because I don't want to get killed, okay? Like, there's always a good reason to tip. There's lots of, you don't want them to fuck with your food, you know, it's a nice thing to do because, like, the legislation is written in such a way that they don't even get minimum wage. They get like a quarter of minimum wage, which is crazy. But I've like never tipped for good service. There have been times that I've eaten at like a restaurant that was really fancy, and while tipping, I was like, this tip hurts. But you did give me great service. It's like when you go out for like a really nice meal and then you do like the 20% math and you're like, holy fuck, that's like 2 meals in and of itself just on top. But then you're like, they were very nice. Librarian be like, did you see that house explode in Arlington, Virginia? Of course. I don't see what that has to do with what we're talking about right now necessarily. But yes, I did see the house explode in Arlington, Virginia. Just curious. Fair enough, fair enough. Can't be mad at you. Where were you on that day? Fucking same place I always was. Either here or like at my local grocery store. Tipping my landlord. On the Peloton or at the Costco? So true. Did you see my ass explode? Ghibli, why are you talking like a Twitter blue check? That's not fair. That's too rude. She just wrote, do you want to fuck me? It's free! I respect them for their online modeling career. I don't respect the use of AI to game their way to the top of the Twitter replies. You got me all confused. A lot of people are saying NL doesn't support sex work. That's not true. I don't support robots, okay? It's a slight difference. It's a market difference, in fact. Do you know about Grok? Me in the sewing circle in the caveman days? I don't know where I'm going with that. Oh my God, did you guys hear about Grok? He lost his job at the fucking rock factory. Drama. Hey, did you? I don't know if this is true, by the way, because I got it from the Twitter algorithm, so it could be a disinformation campaign designed to undermine my faith in society. But let's assume that it's true, because it's easier that way. It's lower friction. Did you see that previously archaeologists, I don't know whether this is the right term, maybe historians, thought that the earliest known use of humans using lumber to construct a structure was like 10,000 years ago. And then they unearthed like a custom-made wooden beam connected to another wooden beam via a notch that they dated to like 265,000 years ago or something like that. That's fucking crazy, bro. In the caveman days that were building Lego, it was actually 470,000 years ago. All right, if you're fucking in love with C14 dating or whatever, like, I don't, listen, I'm trying to bring this information to the masses, okay? Some stuff might get lost in translation. Sure, maybe I'll Maybe he's not cavemen. Maybe, though, that's just because it's prehistorical doesn't mean there was cavemen, NL. I don't know about all that shit, okay? I'm out here playing Isaac. You try playing Isaac and making groundbreaking discoveries at the same time. It's not as easy as you'd think, okay? What's the source? Pizza Monkey on Twitter. Blue check with the name Holy Shit, History's Crazy. It's so sad to see people posting their, like, Twitter earnings lately, man. I'll admit, like anybody else, when they made the first payment to blue checks and some of the big meme accounts were like, holy shit, I just made $17,000 in the last 2 weeks tweeting. I was like, what the fuck? I was like, I'm not going to get a blue check, but I could easily start an account that's like, you know, sports highlights. And just steal the shit that Barstool already stole from the original broadcaster and then just, you know, cash the checks. But now seeing it and people are like, some people are spending all day trying to like farm engagement on Twitter and then they're like, check it out, stay mad haters, and they're making like $92 bi-weekly. I'm like, man, it's cooked. It's over. The economics just don't make sense. Anyway. Steve Jobs, who he really was. So true, dude. On the one hand, Steve Jobs invented the iPhone. On the other hand, he's also like patient zero for founder brain. So I don't know. I guess you got to take the good with the bad. Chibli, is that real, by the way, that you said his last words were, get away, your breath smells disgusting? Because when I Googled it after, embarrassingly enough, to fact check it, it's like, according to his official biography, his last words were like, oh my God, or something like that. But I want to believe that it was, get away from me, your breath smells disgusting. Or your breath smells like a trash can, or whatever. I did ask you something. I did ask you if Steve Jobs' last words were actually, get away from me, your breath smells disgusting. I don't want to know my last words. I don't really care what my last words are. I also saw a great tweet, by the way. I was thinking about this. It's not like I'm dunking on the tweet or I'm believing the tweet wholesale, but it was like, here's from a palliative care nurse, here's the top 5 regrets people have on their deathbed. And it's always like, not speaking my mind, I shouldn't have worked so hard, you know, blah, 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 blah. And then the quote tweet was like, people are very biased when they're about to die, so I don't trust this. And I was like, you know what? I'm paraphrasing what they said, but I'm like, I think that's fucking true. Just because you're about to die, that doesn't make you like an authoritative source on how you could have made your life better. It's not like you necessarily get struck with like an extreme moment of clarity and you're like, oh, I could have solved all my problems. Like, it changes your perspective, but like maybe there was times you didn't speak your mind as much because you're fucking like gonna get fired if you spoke your mind. Maybe there was times that you worked harder than you should have because you needed to make your damn mortgage payments so like your family had a place to live and stuff like that. Like, I think you gotta take like you gotta ask them what their regrets are like every 10 years and then collate that into, like, tell me what someone who's like 30's regrets are and then compare them to the regrets at 40 and then compare it to the regrets at like 90. I'm not willfully taking IBS. It'd be disrespectful to my friend Chibli. I'm not saying I'd be like, oh, Grandpa, sorry, like you're really biased right now. I can't take your opinion seriously. I'm simply saying I don't look at that and say like, oh, there's inherent actionable wisdom that I could apply to my own life. Because I think if I'm already not working that hard, to be honest. But I think if you look at that and you're like, oh, I should start working like less hard, it's entirely possible when you're on your deathbed, you're like, man, I should have worked like a little harder. I shouldn't have taken that advice so seriously, bro. My ass got a little lazy and I suffered as a result of it. Clip it before he calls me lazy again. Who are you? Can't just ask the librarian to clip. I'm the person who asks the librarian to clip things. Only me and the librarian have that kind of like jurisdiction, okay? And fauna? Sure, and fauna. I'm just pretending to be part of the team. I don't really know what's going on with all that. But I know when I say fauna, people go, fauna! It's hard to resist the call, you know? Look at that, Silly Rice Krispie gifted 5 subscriptions. Thank you so much, thank you, I appreciate it. Holy cow, it's 12:40 already. We will not be losing Isaac today. Hey, librarian, thanks for the gifted subscriptions. Thank you. Oh, tears down? You did that. You did that. I'm just kidding. If you ever need chat to move fast, just ask if you would eat a poop sandwich for $10 million. I mean, I have a compromised gut biome. Wow, you're right. It even got me talking about it, and I knew that was what it was designed to do. I have a compromised gut, and I would eat a poop sandwich for $10 million for sure. Like, the guys on Jackass are doing that shit, and a lot of it is exactly that bad, and they're doing it for less than 10 million. Maybe 10 million lifetime, not a lump sum payout. Hey, Rex Mechanica, thank you for the gifted subscriptions, by the way. Thank you. And Gel King Goonbird. Oh, that's a good one. You got me on that one. Me when Matt Wilpers shouts out "My cock so big" for their 1000th ride. Oh, man. Like, there's the one in Jackass 4.5 where Steve-O tries to do the thing where you put you like drop a water-filled condom on your head and then it like distorts your face and looks really funny. But he did it with the septic tank from his mobile home that was just filled with old piss and shit. So he kept filling up the condom, and then like they drop it on his head, but it would snap and just coat him in his own waste. And they did it for like 3 hours and it never worked. Like, if Steve-O can do that for a bit that didn't even work, I would eat a poop sandwich for $10 million. I think anybody that didn't would be insulted. Honestly, I would like apply. If it was like, we'll give some lucky person, they would be like the lottery. People would be like killing each other to be the person who eats the poop sandwich, bro. Now you got me pissed off. I'm thinking about the Squid Game reality show again. They all think they're Orbit on that show. Hey, what if we didn't play the game and instead we just all picked the number and whoever picked the cursed number goes home instead? Fuck you, man. You got people at home, like, I get it. You're trying not to lose your humanity on a reality show. My ass is trying to like get some entertainment value out of the show. Fuck me, I guess. Do you have to finish it? Well, I already finished it. And it sucked. I'm an Orbit hater. That's what I think is great about the show. You're going to have strong opinions about Orbit and Suck Jin, okay? But the thing is, like, you could see yourself being a supporter of either of them if you were on the show. It was a great battle of, like, the reality show ideologies. The based competition enjoyer versus the based game theory understander. It made for incredible entertainment, one way or the other. It's like, usually a villain on a reality show is like just kind of like a mean person, which is totally fine because it's a game anyway. Or they're just like annoying, like they don't do anything. Or they're like, what was Roxroy from that season of Survivor, who his whole role on the island was just to say like, good hustle. Pick it up, come on guys, pick it up, pick it up. We can get this done before sunset. Pick it up guys, come on, come on, come on. But like on The Devil's Plan, there were kind of like two heroes. And society drew the lines that made them go against one another. It was two competing philosophies. Remember that episode of Survivor where the dude was like, do you want to see my monkey run? And then he started running around like a damn gorilla? Yes. Oh, man. Oh, we won again! Okay, I'm going to go to the bathroom. When we get back, we should play like the dolls or something. See you in a minute. Or maybe some sap. I got it. Maybe we'll do Bandle at least. Bandle sap, maybe? Whoever invented the mute button is a damn genius, man. I'd be farting like crazy after I came back. That guy's a damn hero. It's fucked up you won't let us hear. I know, but there's some people that, you know, they have weak stomachs. Personally, I would never be offended by the sound of a fart that was in a different room than me. Like, what are you worried about? You're not going to smell it. There's no poo particles making it through the auditory signal. It's just funny. A fart on a mic, that's funny. It filtered out all the grossness and left only the funny part. Okay. Oh, man. Released in 2016, 1.6 billion. This is Check Yourself by Ice Cube. No, this is some Bruno Mars shit. This is 24 karat magic in the air. It is! Oh! Hashtag so blessed. That's Peloton. That's the power of Peloton right there, baby. Ooh. It's got a little squam to it. Oh, man. That feels good. We don't get a lot of bandles in one. That's only the 4th time ever. 38 out of 38 found. 4 found on the first try. 2 on the second. There's 9 on the second, I should say. 11 on the third. 7 on the fourth. 5 on the fifth. 2 on the sixth. And no X's. Whew. Hey, Valentine, thanks for the gifted subscriptions. Thank you. Ice Cube isn't getting 1.6 billion views. Yeah, because there's no justice in this world. Ringtone of the most annoying person you know. They went to the bathroom, but they left their phone on the conference table. Is anyone gonna get that? I love the completely like romantic era music, brass. Like there's no soul to the brass at all. Man, that is straight dookie. I am loving the. Let's bring it back to just the bass. Ticky, 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 ticky. Ooh! Salacious Crumb on the hi-hat. All right, let's play some SAP. That was good, though. Whew. He hates the dulls? No, but I did do like 8 hours of Cine 2 Nerdle last week, which is basically like the dulls. No, it isn't. Yes, it is. And we ate it up? Yes, and you will eat it up once more probably when the game comes back, but it's presently taken down for maintenance. I'm just stretching first. We're just stretching. Ooh. 24 karat magic in the air. It's so, some of Bruno Mars' lyrics are so funny when you think that it's Bruno Mars saying them. Like, Bruno Mars, are you really a bad man with a little money in your pocket? Keep up? I don't think that's, I just don't buy it. Great dancer, good singer. Not necessarily 100% my cup of tea, but you know, you recognize talent when you see it, but come on. A dangerous man with some money in my pocket, keep up? I don't think so. I simply don't believe it. We're back with Super Auto Pets. First question. NL, do you like Anderson .Paak? I like Silk Sonic. Anderson .Paak I liked until I found out he was on the Trolls World Tour soundtrack. Everyone involved with that production is artistically compromised to me. I will forgive them, but it will take some time. Now, admittedly, there's some bias. I am biased because of the fact that I have to listen to the soundtrack all the time because my toddler enjoys it. I'm not a huge fan of this squad right here, but I'll be like a giggly fanboy. We take those. Silk Sonic goes hard, though? Yes, I agree. What are we doing here, man? Some of the best songs you will ever find yourself hearing in a grocery store. Me, when I watched 3,000 hours of NL this year and my most used emote is LOL. See, that's crazy to me. Because, like, there's no way I streamed 3,000 hours this year. It's like, there's no shot, bro. The back of the napkin calculation doesn't come through. So you must have been deep in the VOD catalog posting lulls, which is really funny. Hey, I got tech this week. Emperor Tamarin can do something this week. Twitch recap be like, congratulations, you streamed for almost 10 hours this year. Okay, +2, it hurts, but there's some reality there. +2. Don't hate the player, hate the game, as they say. Hate the sin, love the sinner. You guys are all gonna retweet my Peloton Wrapped, right? My reaction when it puts a GPS pin for my favorite location to ride my bike in. No! No! I probably wouldn't do that. I don't know. They make some questionable decisions, honestly. I'm not totally sure that they know what they're doing at the company. Bike's pretty good, though. We get a Peloton Wrapped. Get ready, Jay. Last year was ass. Maybe this year they'll have cooked it up a little bit. 2022 was a hard year for tech companies that also make bicycles. But I wouldn't necessarily get your hopes up right off the bat. Let's put it that way. Anti-kangaroo tech on our kangaroo. I don't know what we're doing. I don't know what we're doing here. On level up. Okay. Wait, but you're a good laddie. You're one of the best laddies there is. I do think they need to add more emotes to the Peloton. I'm sick of only being able to high five. I think you should be able to hit someone with an emote that's like a thumbs up, because sometimes people take the high five the wrong way. Like, I will high five like a Moomin rider, for example, when he passes me. The high five is to say, respect, you're riding within your zones, and at the cadence that they called out, and you passed me, you got more than me today, go on, you have my blessing. But then sometimes in the Discord, they're like, I thought that meant that we were gonna race. And I'm like, no, if we're gonna race, I'm not gonna high five you because I want you to think that I gave up, and then I'm just gonna turn on the jets with 90 seconds left and hope you're not looking at the leaderboard. That's the way, that's the racing technology, okay? They need like a, well, you can't thumbs up. People and boomers are telling me you can't thumbs up Gen Zs anymore because the Gen Zs take offense to it. They think a thumbs up is passive aggressive or something. Is that real? Or am I being psyoped yet again? A thumbs up is like my favorite emoji react. Because you can't do the okay hand. Because the okay hand is like you do it to the wrong person. They start accusing you of being like a Proud Boy. And I'm like, brother, I thought this was just like the way people say everything's copacetic. So then I hit him with a thumbs up, and they're like, why do you say fuck me for? And I'm like, I'm giving you a thumbs up, bro. The thumbs up is like, good job. If I wanted to be passive aggressive, I usually give you like a grimace, or hand over mouth, or like sweat smile or something like that. Grimace shake? No, I'm not trying to kill him. I think we're fucked, lads. Oh! Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. Your shit's pissing me off. You know what? Bro calling out Sweat Smile. I love, what's wrong with Sweat Smile? I love Sweat Smile. No. Dude, eggplant of the century though. But the Peloton needs more emotes. First off, it seems like it would take about negative 300 seconds to add. I think a thumbs up, a high five, a white flag would be good. You could send them, oh, but then people could use that toxically. I guess I'm the one saying that a high five can sometimes be passive aggressive, so I'm kind of like, you know, I'm part of the problem as well, but I don't get offended by it. It's society that gets offended by it. Middle finger? I mean, I would love that, but I don't think that, honestly, the Peloton community's a little too soft in order to, like, survive that. They, like, already they're, like, going after Matt Wilpers because he said he wanted to lose, like, 8 pounds before his wedding, and they're like, I don't ride the bike to be insulted. And I'm like, oh, all right. Try that on a real bike. That's damn true. Sweat Smile has Kevin James energy. What's wrong with that? It's the most popular meme of 2023, maybe. I'm chilling. I'm not chilling. I'm chilling. It's top 10, but it's not meme of the year. Okay, let's discuss that. Let's discuss that. What's up there in the meme of the year? Meme of the year. You got to remember, I was talking about this, like our year for Kate and myself is weird because we moved in June. So it's actually almost like the first half of the year like doesn't feel to us like it existed. Like it feels like the year only started so close once we moved. Like January to May is like non-existent. So I don't remember shit about, you're gonna ask me some shit about March 2023? I got no idea, man. I got no clue. Baby Gronk. Baby Gronk's up there. Okay. Increasing grip strength by 7%. Yeah. Police officer goes down slide. Sure. Vince McMahon crying. I find that one annoying, but that's okay. Ice cream's so good. Yeah, okay. You might be right. Ice cream's so good. That took over for a bit. You make a good point. You make a good point. I can't really give anybody garlic here now that I think about it. Yeah, okay. Wow. Yeah, NPC streamers might be meme of the year. Holy cow. The hell just happened? I'm not going out like that. I'm going out like this. James Bond, well, the James Bond video, I'm pretty sure that was like from 1912. Up back and blow your bloody head off, mate. I'm James fucking Bond. I'm pretty sure that's from like 2014 or something. What am I doing here? 7 wins? I don't know if the mantis shrimp is going to keep us going. Dracula Flow not even mentioned. You don't want me to be the motherfucker who's saying recency bias, okay? Because I hate being the, you know, logical fallacy, Andy. But, like, whenever you talk about, like, meme of the year, there's always some motherfucker who's like, how about this shit from 3 days ago? Come on. You know what else is up in... And this is not... I'm not saying best meme of the year. I'm saying that this is, like, Time Person of the Year. Like, the most impactful one of the year. Another one that's up there, without a doubt, is Planet of the Base. Whether you look back on it fondly or with a little bit of cringe, Planet of the Base took over for about 6 weeks. I don't know that one. You do know that one, probably. Unless you go see Jonas Brothers concerts in person, in which case, based on video evidence, you probably don't, but... Which is fine. I love that for you. All right, I'm going to hell. 7 wins. And we go again. What is Planet of the Base? Life. It never die. Women are my favorite guy. Sex. I'm wanting more. Tell the world. Stop the war. That one. How about like a low-key smartphone? Like a Motorola Razr? Do not say that the new Trolls movie has a cover of Planet of the Base in it. I will fucking... I was gonna say something I'd regret. I won't be happy. Let's put it... You know how I feel about the Trolls, bro. Does it really? Rip those animators who had to put that scene together in like 2 weeks before the movie came out. Why don't you like the Trolls? This is fucking... I hate that... Here, put this here and this here. I hate that the movie is just covers of popular pop songs. Like, I get that it's for kids, but that doesn't mean that I have to sit here and be like, it's good. Like, it's just worse versions of songs that already exist. Wow. Sure. Trolls 3 has Island in the Sun. No disrespect, but we're not built the same. If you hate Trolls and then they play a song that you like, you should hate Trolls more for defiling an original that you enjoy. You should be like, I had a problem with it when it was LMFAO songs that fucking sucked, but now that they went for Island in the Sun, it's personal. Instead, you're out here like, they won me back when they played a song I recognized. That's their whole thing, bro. Do you hate Weird Al? No, I think it's a little cringe when you pass someone the aux cable and then they put on, you know, Amish Paradise. I don't hate Weird Al. Weird Al is transforming a song into a parody that's an original work that says something different than the original. This one is just like, hey, remember that song from 10 years ago? What if Anna Kendrick sang Gangnam Style? Like, is fucking... What if? What if nobody fucking cared? Unless they were 3 years old, which admittedly is the target audience. But I'm just saying, as an adult, you're not going to catch me being like, oh, the Trolls movies are based, you know? Muppet Christmas Carol, kind of based. Trolls World Tour, we will not be there no matter what. Unless my kid wants to see it, in which case we will be there no matter what. Anna Kendrick has a nice voice, though. Bro, it's fucking 2023. Everyone has a nice voice. Do something original, man. Do something cool. If I wanted to see people sing songs they didn't write, I'd fucking go to the Elton John concert, okay? I'm at Trolls World Tour to see some Kino cinema. It's not an insult to Sir Elton. He didn't write the songs. Bernie Taupin wrote the songs. I forgot we're having ham fried rice. Let's frickin' go. That's good tech. I do love some ham fried rice. Oh, I'm thinking. Why are you in NL's chat defending a Trolls movie? Listen, you're asking the questions I'm not allowed to ask. How are there so many like 27-year-old motherfuckers on Twitter that are posting like essays about Family Guy every day? Like, how did this? They should be in the club, bro. I shouldn't have bought this. I guess it's like buying an Apple. It's not that big of a deal. We'll send it. Did you watch the extendo version of Muppet Christmas Carol? So I didn't know that's a thing, but apparently I didn't. I watched the Disney Plus version, which is apparently the non-extendoed version. And it cuts one song. You might say, what song? The answer is, I don't know because I didn't see it. But it was still good. Oh, they added the redacted version on Disney Plus. You just got to search for it. Honestly, I've been looking for a reason to watch it again. But then I tried to watch some Muppets with my daughter on Saturday, and she was like, I hate the Muppets. The Muppets are scary. And I went, okay, we will not be watching the Muppets today then. She's just maybe a little too young for the Muppets. This team is not going to work. This team is not gonna do it. Fuck the Muppets, honestly. Bro, the Muppets are sick. I think, honestly, if you got a problem with the Muppets, that's a personal problem with you as a human being. Especially if you're one of the people that's in our chat right now that's like, you're watching the Trolls, and you're like, Trolls is the best movie of all time, and then you're saying shit about the Muppets. Fuck you. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about, with all due respect. It's like the people that are like, don't drink diet soda, but then they eat margarine every day. You know that shit comes from like the moon, right? You know that it's made in a bunker in New Mexico. It's OPI coated. Not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen today. Sorry to tell you, it's just not gonna go down like that. Oh yes! No! Isn't it just hydrolyzed plant oil? Don't you love when it's fucking the harvest season and all of your plants hydrolyze? What are you talking about? Just isn't an atomic bomb just an atom splitting itself at an extremely rapid pace? Shit is science fiction, bro. What are we doing here? What have they done to us? We're sticking with you. We're Marley and Marley. Sorry. Okay, chat. Nuts on the table. Best character in the Muppets. Number one, I'm just going to say, I normally hate to pick the main dude, but Kermit is goated. That's not even close. I got to put Kermit number one. After that, the real question is who comes second. There's a lot of good ones. I like Statler and Waldorf. I like Fozzie. I like Gonzo. Animal's pretty funny. Swedish Chef. I could take him or leave him, honestly. Although I was watching the Muppet like Letters to Santa before my daughter made me turn it off, and they're eating at an Italian restaurant with those guys from The Sopranos, and then the Swedish chef comes out and goes, blurp, blurp, blurp. And then they go, what the fuck is this? And he goes, Swedish pizza. And I wanted to like find the clip and send it to Dan, but they didn't have that wasn't in the GIF keyboard. Surprise. Anyway, Miss Piggy? I had nothing against Miss Piggy. Unless she wants me to. She's devoted to Kermit. She's devoted to Kermit. I'm just making a joke, okay? I didn't mean anything by it. Muppet shippers, I didn't mean anything by it. I'm going yard. Oh, I'm going to the yard. Don't kill me. Huge. No! I'm not going yard. All right, 6 wins. Run it back. Ham fried rice. I have to believe that that's perfect. This has already been done by many people funnier than myself. I love the meat known as Spam, okay? I think it's delicious. I think it's gross. I think it tastes amazing. It's crazy that the cover, like the label on the can, has someone eating like a Spam hamburger. Like a hamburger, but with like a square Spam patty on it. That's fucking insane. We have to update that label. If you're eating, I'm not saying I wouldn't. I'm simply saying that in the modern era, me personally, I don't think that the most Spam consumption is happening in the form of Spam burgers. It's getting fried, served alongside some rice. It's getting chopped up and added to like a fried rice or something like that. I'm not eating, I mean, I just think, I'm very pro salt. But I feel like biting into a solid patty-sized slab of a Spam sandwich is maybe like a little much for me. Although I would give it a try. I wouldn't say I'm against it. Salt is goated. It's me when I'm Angelina Jolie's agent trying to destroy her career. Is that I'm gonna look back. I already know. Sometimes you're like, I wonder how I'm gonna look back on this era of my life. I already know people are gonna show me clips of like 2023 in 4 years, and I'm gonna be like, I'm so embarrassed that 100 times a stream I just made the joke that was like me when and you take the sentence out of context to make it funny. It's too easy. I'm gonna look back and be embarrassed, but it's kind of killing it for the time being. Why not? It only takes a couple of seconds. It's true. I guess I shouldn't beat myself up too much over it. People said that's what she said for like 12 years. Now that shit, I would beat myself off over that. I mean, beat myself up. I mean, now, let me think about this for a second. You shouldn't be here. You should be here. We're gonna try. Everybody needs a hobby. You know what? That's damn true. But the people who need hobbies the most don't want to hear it. Anytime you're like, you need a hobby, you're posting way too much about American Dad on Twitter. It's like, oh, excuse me for being a victim of the housing crisis and like the inflation has gone out. And I'm like, brother, cost of living is going haywire. That doesn't really explain why you're out here tweeting shit about Family Guy like 30 times a day. Could be out there. You ever hear Cicero? All he said was, all a man needs is a garden and a library. Now, Cicero was apparently a hypocrite. He was one of the wealthiest men in ancient Rome when he was alive. But there's some truth to that being said. I feel like your Twitter algorithm is insane. It really is. I get so many fucking tweets about Spider-Man. And I think that it's like the kiss of death, you know? It's like ERG mode on a bike. That keeps as you slow down, it cranks your resistance so that your wattage stays the same. But if you ever slow down because your legs are getting tired, it cranks your resistance, which makes you slow down, which makes the resistance go higher, which makes you slow down. Then you end up in this like death spiral. I must have clicked on the wrong Spider-Man tweet at some point, and now I get tweets about Spider-Man every fucking day. Like probably 1 in 8 tweets on my homepage is about Spider-Man. And it's like rarely live action. It's almost always the Spider-Verse. And I know, what's the problem with that? Well, the problem with that is I'm not interested in either. But then the algorithm is like, this fucker loves Spider-Man. Look at how many tweets about Spider-Man he's looked at. And I'm like, well, that's just because they're there, man. I would look at tweets about anything that you show me, quite frankly. I'm not a free thinker. We roll. Fuck it, we roll. Okay, probably not the most necessary purchase in my life, but that's all right. You know what? I would. We'll hold. No! You're not supposed to eggplant me. I'm supposed to eggplant you. That's pretty good. Got to give him some credit for that one. Let me think about this. 3, 2, 4. That's perfect, bro. Oh, it's perfect. You're fucked. You're all fucked. What's after genus again? Donkey Kong plays cool or fun games. It's species. Species. Me, when I'm naming my favorite Natasha Henstridge movie, I can't name anything else that Natasha Henstridge has been in. I'm surprised I even know who that is. I think we got to send you to the Chokey. Who's that? She played the alien in Species. Does that help? Ooh. You missed a level. They have domains above Kingdom now. Excuse me, that's why I said Donkey Kong plays cool or fun games, sir. Domain, kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species. Donkey Kong plays cool or fun games, sir. Bro thinks I was alive when they invented domains. Dude seriously thinks he's at twitch.tv/Carolus Linnaeus right now. Embarrassing. I don't like that that made me laugh out loud. I do. I do indeed. Shark. How droll, Niles. What's next? 2 hydrogen atoms attached to an oxygen atom? Well, if it pleases, sir. Oh, it pleases Sir. It pleases Sir very much. Yes, it does. I'm loving every minute of it, Jerry. I'm loving every minute of it. Have you discussed new Frasier at all? No, I'm not going to watch it. It has no chance to be good. It offends me that it exists. We need to move on. We need to make, in my opinion, I'm not trying to take the whole industry down. I recognize I'm playing Super Auto Pets, but every episode of Super Auto Pets, sometimes we go off the fucking rails. They don't even say the F word in Frasier. Maybe they say frugal. As an insult, I might add. Either way, we're cooking up something crazy here. But Hollywood needs to make new stuff, man. Can't just be bringing back characters that have been gone for years. Who fucking cares, man? Everybody's Iron Man now? So with a little break for applause in the script when Daphne comes back on screen. Easiest 10 piece of my life. Daphne ain't coming back. Don't get your hopes up. What happened to Daphne? Now I gotta watch the show. Be like a Eldon Invader. That's pretty good. Niles was so droll he didn't even come back for the show. I don't know, that comment is so funny. That's because David Hyde Pierce is like 80% responsible for the success of Frasier. Bro knew what he was cooking. Interesting. Niles is arguably the best part of the show. I think the dude won like 11 straight Emmys or something like that. I don't think there's any argument to be had. Let's go oven mitts. Let's go Scampy, bro. Whatever happened to that universally hated Mindy Kaling Scooby-Doo show? I think that it kicked up a big controversy on Twitter, and then it came out and nobody watched it because it's an adult-oriented Scooby-Doo animated TV show. I'm not trying to be like insulting. I think that like people got offended by the concept, and then it came out like 2 days later and nobody watched it. They were like, it's much easier to just like get mad about the thing than it is to actually watch it. I know that more than anybody. Yes, please. It got renewed anyway? Yeah, but like I'm going to turn it around on you too. Not to be like rude, but you know, people were like legitimately posting stuff like, as a lifelong Scooby-Doo fan, I don't think I can support this. And you're like, brother, what are you talking about? It's a lifelong Scooby-Doo fan. Are you like 800 or 900 years old? Like it's... I'm just saying it wouldn't be me. I'm very insultingly saying wouldn't be me. And then I'm being lectured on this is my third once-in-a-lifetime recession, etc. I know. I ain't mad at you. Let me go sell. We got to get more buys, sells. Everything's got a fandom. It's crazy. It is true. Like, I don't know. I'm going to go 4-squatted just because the garlic's so valuable. Sorry for SAP posting. I do feel like the internet has either changed or highlighted that. And I'm not even saying it's a negative thing necessarily. It's just negative that I see it on Twitter. That's my own fault for going to the website. So I'm just kind of shooting the shit, right? You could live your life however you want to live. But I do feel like when I was a kid or when I was a teenager, you would like, you know, watch a TV show and then you would like talk about the TV show with your friends, and then they're like, it's Thursday, we're doing something else now. Like, that's American Idol's on Wednesday, bro. Nowadays, it's fucking like I'm part of the American Idol Twitter sphere. And if people insult American Idol, it's like my identity is threatened. And I'm like, brother, have you watched the show? Luckily, the only people who like American Idol that passionately are literally like 63 years old and live in Ohio. So they're not going to see this, which is great. I didn't choose something with the fandom that was actually going to come from my throat, I think. You know what's crazy out there? There's people who like watch The Masked Singer like on purpose. Like, it's not like they're at their grandma's house for Christmas dinner and it just happens to be on the TV. They're like, oh, honey, hurry up. The Masked Singer's coming on. Now, that's rude, for sure. But it's also rude that the show exists, in my opinion. Whoa! I don't think this is going to be good, but let's give it a chance. My aunt and my grandma watch both the English and the Spanish version of The Masked Singer. That's crazy. What's the point? It's not a talent show, right? It's like a guessing game. You're like, whose voice is that? Who's wearing the mask? Well, am I going to make a COVID joke or a Bane joke? I don't know. Probably neither would be for the best. You know what? Hang on, give me this. Duck me? No, duck you. Could be fun. Could be fun. What would Bane think of The Masked Singer? Yeah, I'm sure he would make a droll comment. You know, I just call it The Singer! That's... So I gotta think of a celebrity that would be on The Masked Singer. They have to be famous enough that you, like, kind of know them, but not so famous that you're like, they wouldn't touch this shit with a 10-foot pole. That's David Caruso! Sorry, you need a glass, usually?
I know that one. That's David Caruso.
Something like that. Starfish has got to go. Do not invest in the star. Do invest in this motherfucker right here. Okay, don't kill me. T-Pain won a season of that show? I clearly don't understand the show. Because how is it fair to have T-Pain in a singing competition against, like, Rudy Giuliani? That's like the Lions having to play a team like the Bears. Like, they're going to kill them. The Bears won? Yes, that's correct. You writing the answer on the joke understander test? We're not going to be selling much more. We've got a 6-2-3-3. Oh, I'm gonna pull the Band-Aid off early here. Is DL Guiga yapping in chat again? Sorry, this is so rude. I just saw people adding them. A 4 would go perfect here. Yes. Do VIPs have jobs? I'm not trying to, and DL, if this crosses the line, I apologize. It's meant as banter. I think my impression of DL Guiga is complimentary. Just to preface it, is that DL Guiga's job is so good that it's almost like he's unemployed. Because around Thanksgiving, he wasn't here for like a week and a half. That's like a good job, bro. When your boss is like, oh, it's a 4-day week, you might as well just take the whole week off. And then he's got like paternity leave for 6 weeks before his kid is even born, and then for like 6 months after that. So I think this dude's like the CEO of business, quite frankly. Or he made it all up, but I don't think that's true. I think that's against his code of ethics. So I think he's the CEO of business. It's actually like demoralizing a little. I'm not actually down on myself, so please don't compliment me because it'll make me feel weird. But in like the Peloton sub channel on the Discord, whenever people start talking about employment, I'm like immediately reminded of the fact that I am not a normal guy. People in there are like, yeah, well, I got my like computer science degree from Caltech in 2011, and then I got to work at a startup, and I stayed with it until it reached profit, and then I cashed out, and I was kind of like semi-retired for a little bit, and then I took a really like high RSU compensating job working in the industry, but a little bit more like make your own hours type thing, and I'm like, oh fuck, dude. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. That's not normal. It's normal in the Psycho Peloton group. I'm not being derogatory. When people are like, what happens if streaming goes under? I'm like, I guess I'm gonna like remortgage my house and like put that into like a GIC, and then I'm gonna go stock shelves or something. It's honest, like partly because I think there would be like some nobility to it, and partly because you got to do something. It's not a $5,000 bike, okay? It's like $1.5 to $2.5 thousand. Depending on whether you get the plus with the auto resistance or whether you get the basic Andy. And for the record, I only have the basic Andy because I don't want the auto resistance because the machine learning that they use at Peloton is all busted. And sometimes the machine learning is like, oh, you should be on 80 resistance right now. And I'm like, she didn't say 80 resistance, bro. She said 80 cadence. Okay. Some of this. Machine learning? Boy, I sure hope it doesn't. I'm going to +2 you for that little inversion of the norm there. I like that. Because I also hope it's not learning that much. I think it's time technology got like a little dumber again. Not a rare take, for sure. Lots of people thinking the same thing. Oh, it spit out a scorpion, you lucky so-and-so. Whatever, we get these. I'm telling you, my ass is 90s pilled. I'm not just putting on airs. I'm not wearing horizontally striped rugby shirts, you know, just because they look nice and I saw someone rocking it on TikTok. I'm wearing it because it's laundry day, bitch. We're not the same. Nah. Skunk me, please. I'm crazy at SAP. Achievement unlocked! Oh. Walkmans were so horrible. I'm glad we have phones now. At least I'm not going to say things haven't gotten better. All I'm going to say is that you get used to like convenient technological advances very quickly. So it feels like there's less marginal improvement in society, because what people actually want, and I'm not just trying to preach to the converted here, but what people actually want is to be able to have like a job they can take pride in, that pays them a fair wage, that allows them to build a life and maybe start a family, or at least, you know, feel relatively secure as they get older. But then whenever people complain about that, people are like, yeah, but you have like Spotify now. And you're like, that's fine, but like they can't fucking live in Spotify, idiot. That is why people are mad. Be like an adorable bird. What about YouTube Music? You could live in YouTube Music. That much I don't know. Would you take $100 billion to live in my untitled Amazon Music and Google Finance folder for 1 year? A lot of people aren't. I don't think a lot of people can handle it in there. It's a little bleak in there. No, you have bad taste. Excuse me. I'll load up that shit right now, okay? I'll take the bait. I don't care. Amazon Music. #1 song of the year, Holiday by Weezer. My daughter loves to sing it. #2, Once in a Lifetime, Talking Heads. #3, Everybody Wants to Rule the World. #4, Roundabout by Yes. #5, Semi-Charmed Kind of Life by Third Eye Blind. #6, Damn, I Wish I Was Your Lover by Sophie B. Hawkins. You think I'm not living that lifestyle? You think I'm out here just pretending to enjoy women in song and not actually listening to it in my downtime? #7, Rebubula by Mo. It's the most embarrassing thing about me. I can get down with some jam bands from time to time. #8, Barely Breathing by Duncan Sheik. I don't know how that happened. #9, Rome by the B-52s. #10, Head Over Heels by Tears for Fears. #11, Jingle Jangle Jingle by Riders in the Sky. What did I tell you? #12, One Life Stand by Hot Chip. #13, Istanbul, Not Constantinople by They Might Be Giants. #14, Head Over Heels Again by Tears for Fears for some reason. #15, Flagpole Sitta by Harvey Danger. #16, Undone Dash The Sweater Song by Weezer. #17, Sweetness and Light by Lush off of the Gala EP. A lot of people just get down with Deluxe. I got nothing against Deluxe. I'm a Sweetness and Light sort of guy, though. #18, Kaput from the Destroyer album of the same name. #19, Graceland by Paul Simon. #1 album of 1986, in my opinion. #20, Tom Sawyer by Rush from Moving Pictures. Okay, there's the top 20 right there. Now, I stopped there because 24 is Bad Romance by the Chipmunks and the Chipettes from Alvin and the Chipmunks Chipwrecked. I didn't want to get down there. Now, admittedly, right below that, The Tallest Man, the Broadest Shoulders by Sufjan Stevens. But I had to stop somewhere. I had to stop before we got to Steal My Sunshine by Len. Don't desync on me, you piece of crap. Oh, I know exactly where we're going. Balloon me? You can go. We're going 4 squatted. It's an interesting 4 squat, I'll admit, but we're going 4 squatted. Huge. Huge. Oh my God. Look at the value. What about your finance stuff in that folder? Oh, okay. Hang on. Let me check. I like to stay up to date on this sort of stuff. It's like a Monday before Christmas. It's probably not. S&P 500, 39 basis points up. Dow Jones Industrial, 43 basis points. NASDAQ, 20 basis points. TSX down 6.5 basis points. Motherfucker, what happened to the miners, bro? What happened? Did the price of copper fall by 2%? What happened, man? Oh, we're going, man. We'll go balloon. Bernie Sanders talking about the main drivers of the Canadian economy. The banks and the miners and the banks and the banks and the banks and Shopify and the banks. Sorry, it's a little, it's Canadian and it's an impression. It's all we got, man. And Shopify. And the telecom oligopoly and the banks. So true. So true. Telecom oligopoly in the banks. Don't forget about the telecom oligopoly. Don't get down on yourself. You got the oil companies too. True, I forgot about the oil companies. And the people making potash in Saskatchewan. And the banks. Don't forget about the banks. And the cannabis producers, okay, then, well, kind of. I don't know how they're doing. You got me on that one, VIP Daniel. How they doing? I saw that Canopy had to spin out BioSteel, and as a consumer of BioSteel, I said, that seems good for me. I would like the corporation to continue making the product that I like for the foreseeable future, at least. Honestly, I think we got a good thing going here. We freeze, roll, sell. Drop it in here. Oh, we're going to the distance. Don't forget real estate. That's true. People love... honestly, if there was ever a factal that was like countries based on per capita viewing hours of HGTV, I think Canada clears America. There's less options on TV up here. So for one, that means that the Americans are at a disadvantage because they have more choice. I'm biased because my parents love it. I think Canadians go ape shit for HGTV. Prezzo, back me up here. They're not here. I'm just talking from my own experience. It's one of Roger's most subscribed to channels. Apparently, I don't know, this was like maybe during the pandemic I read this. Apparently HGTV is like the second most popular channel in the United States of America. Like the second most popular cable channel. I'm imagining first has got to be like ESPN or something. Look at that, I'm ferret pilled, man. Who would have thought? Fox, maybe? Yeah, okay, I could see that too. Did you get buccal fat removal? Is that what it's called? I didn't. But I think it would be a great bit if everybody in the Lethal Company streams just came back on January 3rd and got buccal fat removal. And we all look like this. It's pronounced buckle. People would be like, you look really good. I'm sure they would be like that. And I'd be like, yeah. And the Brazilian butt lift. And a Brazilian brain lift. Have I ever won with level 3? I have won with level 3 ferret. In what incarnation is this? Well, you don't need to be here anymore then. Bro actually said, what incarnation? Bro said, riddle me this. Dan's been talking about it already. Talking about what? HGTV or getting buccal fat removal? No, getting a Brazilian butt lift? That's not fair. Dan's on TV sometimes. He has like a different priority set than me. I just like the idea of a mantis shrimp. So sue me, man. You're on TV right now? Whoa, holy fuck. Hang on a second. They're absolutely right. That's kind of crazy. You got me up on the damn TCL. Turn the car around, Miyazaki. I don't want to get trapped in Roku City. Let me out! I think we fucked this dude's whole life up. Cyber Mad. I'm sorry. I read the name and I could not laugh. Oh, man. No, normally people are just named like their email address in this game, so to see somebody named Cyber Matt threw me for a loop. I'm in a bar and they've got you on the TV right now. Everybody, you should buy alcohol now! But it's not okay to buy mojitos. Did you see the discourse? Even though they have it on the menu, you can't buy mojitos because it takes the bartender 2.5 minutes to make each one. Oh, you can buy it. You just can't buy it during the lunch rush. Okay, I guess when the bar is busy, you can't have what you want. Even though it says, what can I get you? The answer is supposed to be a bottled beer and a 22% tip. Everybody riot right now. Rise up. We're not going to take this shit anymore. I don't know what I'm doing, man. Yeah, this is the way. Do you tip for a beer? Yes. I tip for just about everything. What the hell just happened there? Bro, it's not me. It's my country. It's my continent. We tip here. I'm not gonna be, I told you earlier in the stream, I'm a vibe preserver. I'm not gonna be the dude who, I'm not single-handedly taking down tipping culture, okay? All right, let's take 6. Never gotten a win with a 3-star bulldog before. Interesting to think about. We could do it together. Yeah, but like nobody's doing it. They're all just going, they should rework the legislation, and then you're like not tipping. You're not actually like writing a letter to your congressperson. I did. He sent me one back and said skill difference. That's pretty. Yeah, we got jokes here. We got jokes. I respect that. I'm not risking not tipping. Reddit already hates people who dine out with kids. That's very true. Sometimes I forget that like Reddit is real people writing the comments. I feel like I read like a tweet that was like, all you need to know about Reddit is like everybody writing the top comments and voting has trauma. And it really actually helped me feel better about society. Because like the news article will be like just something relatively innocuous. And then all the comments will be like, society is uniquely conspiring to fuck me only. Get on an airplane, tipping. They recently added flaxseed to my favorite kind of bread. Oh, don't get me wrong. Twitter also has uniquely insane people. But Twitter is like funny. Like the funniest motherfuckers in the world are on Twitter. Reddit is just kind of like annoying. It's like if Reddit feels like you're just making yourself miserable in the top comments to like front page news stories. The one I got, I don't know what color of pill it is for Reddit, But I took that pill when I saw that it was like millennials resent their boomer parents for not being good grandparents. And then like every single one is like, I know anecdote doesn't equal the singular form of data, but I hate everyone over the age of 70 and they should all die alone in old age homes if they even get that lucky. And I was like, this is like the kind of person we need to make sure there's never in a position of any kind of power in society because they are insane. Whatever happened to shame? But Chibley's a big Redditor, so I don't want to like make any enemies. Too late. You've made an enemy of the Periwinkle army. Orange Red sends its regards. Anyway, Reddit is such a crazy website because it does have like amazing sub communities. Like whenever I want to, if I have a hobby and I want to learn something about it, like when I'm trying to get better at cycling, my ass doesn't go 90s pilled on that. I don't go to cycling.com, like bikes.ca. That shit is like antediluvian. I Google like best subreddit for cyclists, and then you go to r/biking, and every comment is like, I almost got hit by a car, and I'm like, that's not what I'm looking for. And then you're like, oh, r/velo. I never would have guessed that. And then you're learning stuff like crazy. But if you just go to the homepage, I think it will make you mentally ill. You need to go too. What are we doing with your ass out here? In your... Sorry, like Peter Gabriel. I'm thinking about... Because In Your Eyes was on our Peloton ride today. Well, what if Peter Gabriel didn't say in your eyes, and instead he said in your ass? YouTube 2013 ass bit. In your ass. With all my fiber. In your ass. It would be weird. We would be like, whoa, Peter Gabriel, what are we doing here? Okay, boomer, play Sledgehammer. You can have a paraphrase. That's more Michael McDonald now that I think about it. I will be your honeybee. Ow! Yeah, I don't know what I'm talking about. It must be late. It's 1:57. Same thing with Zombie by the Cranberries. Yeah, but people get mad at you when you make a parody of that one because it's about like serious stuff. But sometimes in my head, I can't control it. I know it's serious, but I just imagine Dolores O'Riordan going like, with your balls, and your balls, and your balls, and your balls, in your bed, they are biting. And that's just something that I personally have to reckon with. That's my cross to bear. I should not be forcing a level 3 bulldog. It doesn't make sense. Sometimes I try to do homework with NL in the background and it's just chaos. Be careful with that. One time my friend showed me, this is like a 9th grade English class. He got his essay back from the teacher and it just had 3 big question marks circled around like one part of it. And he was like, I was watching Out Cold with Zach Galifianakis while I wrote this, and then like look what happened. And for some reason, at the end of one of his paragraphs, he wrote "Everybody Wang Chung tonight," which I guess is in the movie. And I was like, yeah, I can see why she gave you the question marks. That doesn't seem to really apply to, the Taming of the Shrew. I don't know what I'm doing here. Should the shrew be tamed? I never read it. I don't really know what Shakespeare was going for in that one. I'm not saying it's bad. It's been a long time. There's three dudes trying to riz up Miss Independent. One of them's like rich. One of them's, but he's old. And then I don't really know what the other two are up to. One of them is Basil Exposition from Austin Powers. I do remember that. His name is Michael York. I'm just trying to keep myself game ready for when Cine 2 Nerdle comes back. It's a good can, I think. Why is Shakespeare calling an independent woman a shrew? Well, I think as with many things involving the immortal bard, it's a bit of a wink and a nod, you know? Like some misogynists might see that and say based Shakespeare based, but I think in reality he's kind of sneaking a little bit of female empowerment by the average reader or the average viewer if they were seeing it in the Globe Theater. That's just my personal take on it. I don't know if that actually passes the Shakespeare literary understanding test, but nah, he just hated women. That's true. He always had like dudes playing women's parts. Like, bro, come on here. Scarlett Johansson can play Major Kusanagi, but she can't play fucking Desdemona. Make it make sense, Shakespeare. That wasn't his choice. That's what they all say. We make the system that we suffer from. All the world's a stage, and we're merely motherfucking players, bro. I don't know who said that. They were spitting when they said it, though. Shakespeare could never, I'll tell you that much for free. Get owned. That was Andre 3000, that's right. That was Geddy Lee. Oh, no. See, you're very confused. Geddy Lee said it. But Neil Peart was the hand that was moving the puppet's mouth. We're dead, aren't we? No, we're not dead. You're dead! Okay, I got one more in me. This is good enough. Neil Peart is a great rap name. Do you guys see the Nick Saban got the double sleeve in his Ferrari? Maybe like a soft baguette. Okay, triple sleeved. Wow. Now that you know it, what does it mean? He's got mud in there? Yeah, I know that. But what is mud? It's lean. Bro, there's no way Nick Saban's driving around in his Ferrari Testarossa drinking triple sleeve mud. I don't buy it. I think he probably just had like a hot coffee or something. Why do you need to double or triple sleeve lean? It's just a simple question about thermodynamics. It gets too hot in one cup. Is it considered like gauche? Is it something the nouveau riche do to add ice cubes to the lean? Or is that considered copacetic? You do put ice on it. You don't want the ice to melt, so you double sleeve it. Okay. All right. I'm starting to pick it up. I told you, I'm a vibe preserver. If I'm at a function and then they start drinking triple sleeve cups of mud, like I don't want to be out here asking these questions. I want to have done my required reading before I show up. It would be sick to start drinking out of a triple sleeved cup tomorrow on stream and don't say anything. Oh man. Oh man, that would be good. That would be funny. I just don't buy it. I don't see this working. I see this working. Maybe. And then just start talking slower and slower. No, actually, I'm not neurotypical, so lean has the opposite effect on me. It actually, it gets me like really, really excited. Like I start talking even faster. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Your mom at the... Whatever. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It wasn't going to even be funny. It wasn't going to be offensive unless you're very, very easily offended, but it wasn't going to be funny, so it's not a big deal. Your mom at the jerk store? Excuse me, pump the brakes. I'm not trying to end anybody's life here. Let's ease up on the insults, please. Any SAP enjoyers? Why am I getting my ass beat this week? Hey NL, I have a tweet for you. Her, we should start role-playing in the bedroom. Me, so you'll be an Austrian nobleman commissioning a symphony in C. No disrespect, I'm not saying this won't do numbers on Twitter. I think it could do numbers on Twitter, but it's a millennial tweet. And maybe that's okay. There's, I don't know, 2.7 billion millennials out there. But it's a millennial tweet. It's not, that's true, it's not my voice. If I made that tweet, people would be like, what happened to this guy? Watch this shit. Stegosaurus and Poodle are the keys that I see. Songs in the key of what librarian sees. Lil bro really said I'm a type A chatter. Holy, what happened, librarian? What are you? I thought you was keeping it gangster. I thought that's what you wanted. Oh, we still lost that one. You asked? Yeah. Be that as it may. Okay, fine. What type of chatter am I? Trick question, Australian. Macros, I swear to you this is true. I was giving Baldur's Gate 3 its just desserts today. In a good way. I know that just desserts is usually like when someone gets revenge on someone and kills them, I think. But all the little dweebs saying, I can't believe Spider-Man combat didn't put it over this turn-based kick kind of combat. Those dweebs brought me back to the Baldur's Gate 3 side. Bro will be like, you're really playing chess? Chess really got game of the year over fucking Turok the Dinosaur Hunter? There's not even any T-Rexes in chess. Well, there's a horse. It's not a dinosaur, obviously. That you don't need to tell me that. I know horses aren't dinosaurs, but the joke is kind of like, what if they were? If it was a dinosaur, it would be a pterodactyl, because it can hop over its enemies. Hey, yo, Aaron, thanks for the gifted subscriptions. Thank you, thank you. I need to play faster. This is going to work. We go shark, smorka, blueberry. Why blueberry? I don't know. I needed something to do. Oh, baby. The orca and the storka. There's one for you, Macros. Isn't that a song by Wolf Mother? They say the orca is a wanted man. Let me tell you a little story about the orca and the stork and the dung. Dung, 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 dung. Dung, 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 dung. That's kind of a slapper. In my opinion, probably the best song from The Hangover. But it's going up against Mike Tyson, or it's going up against Ed Helms singing at the piano. What do tigers dream of when they take a little tiger snooze? Do they dream of mauling zebras or Halle Berry in her Catwoman suit? Don't you worry, your pretty tiger head, I'm gonna get you home to Tyson in your cozy tiger bed. That's actually Hangover 2. No, the fuck it isn't, Zoomer. What, you're not a millennial, that's maybe you're old, but go fucking check it. That's Hangover 1, bro. You don't know what you're talking about. You're out of your depth, Donnie. No! I had a blueberry! Oh, because you're a mantis shrimp. Get ratted. Holy cow, we draw these. Get me out of here. I got stuff to do. I watched your content while driving on a road trip with my fiance for 3 hours and it eventually broke her. She's not built like we are. That's a bold move. I don't want my wife to know like what podcasts I listen to, man. I don't know if wives understand the power that they have over their husbands. Like, she can devastate you in like a sentence. While I was cleaning, I had a finance podcast on the Bluetooth. And then she didn't notice for like an hour and a half because she was in a different room. Then she came out and said, "Are you listening to a stock market podcast?" And I said, "Yeah." And then she said, "That's funny." I went, "What do you mean?" And she said, "Well, what do they even talk about?" And I was like, well, "They talk about the market." And I was devastated. She like withered me down to my core. She said, "That's funny." And I was like, "I'm dead. How do you reply to that?" I just think it's interesting. Oh, man, let me see. Oh, Kate's already live. Kate's already live. I'll send you over there. Enjoy yourself. And I will see you tomorrow. Later.